All right, friends, we should be ready to go live on TikTok in just a moment. We should be live on both of our YouTube streams. Looks like we should be good to go there. Welcome in, friends. It is great to see everyone. Thank you so much for being here. I think we're live everywhere that we need to be live. We're going to have a fun night tonight. We're going to be doing debates tonight. I'm also, at the same time, running a fundraiser for our good friend Chaos Engine. For those who are in the community, you probably know who Chaos Engine is, but the reality is Chaos Engine is disabled but can't get disability yet. He's been denied, and his partner recently lost their job. They've got 5 kids. They're having a really tough time. Now, that being said, I've crunched the numbers. There's going to be 20,000 people that watch this live stream tonight. At least 20,000. Not everyone's going to stay for the whole thing. 20,000 people will watch this live stream tonight, which is why I'm doing a $1 challenge. By $1 challenge, I mean I'm asking everyone to go to the link on the screen. It's also in the description of the video, and just donate $1. That's it. That's all we have to do. If everybody who comes to this live stream donates just $1, goal gets crushed. It gets absolutely annihilated. Even better than that, I've got something to sweeten the pot. Give me just 1 second, and I will show you. Come in, Dalton.
Howdy.
I've brought accompanying with me a batch of hot sauces. I will be taking shots of hot sauce in succession from mild to hot for every $500 raised. And I'll tell you right now, our starting point, because a number of us already donated to the GoFundMe page before this stream started. We donated a week or two ago. But we have a GoFundMe page that's linked on the screen. It's in the description of the video. I'm going to be tracking this number tonight during our debates. When we hit our challenge points every $500, I'm taking a shot of hot sauce. When I say hot sauce, I mean real hot sauce. I already counted out like the little sissy hot sauces. I'm not doing habanero. I'm not doing Caribbean or Louisiana or sriracha. My starting point is habanero. My end point is ghost pepper. So, if you want to destroy my bowels tonight for this challenge, we need to raise essentially $2,500. This is our goal. I've got it on a notepad. I'm going to show the notepad. Here's our goals for tonight. We already have $436 donated. Thank you so much to everyone who donated. When we hit $936, it's the basic bitch red pepper hot sauce. At $1,400, I'm taking Chipotle habanero. At $19.39, I'm taking a shot of cayenne pepper. And I got a shot glass, so you guys know that I actually have hot sauce in here. I'm not faking it. And then $24.36, we're taking Scotch Bonnet, baby, which is a double habanero hot sauce. And then finally, if we survive and get this GoFundMe all the way up past 2,900, it's ghost pepper time. Now, keep in mind, friends, I've actually had ghost pepper before, and I know it sucks balls, which means if you get me to ghost pepper tonight, you will in fact make me happy but ruin my entire Saturday, and I'm okay with it. I didn't plan anything for tomorrow. You can completely destroy me. I'm okay with it. This is for a good cause. This is for our good friend Chaos Engine. So please, friends, help out as much as you possibly can and donate. Keep in mind when you donate through the link provided, you actually can get you can take that for your taxes. So like when you donate at the link on the screen at the GoFundMe, you can actually take that receipt and say, hey, tax man, I donated. I want this deducted from my taxes if you do itemized deductions. If not, it doesn't really matter all that much. That being said, the GoFundMe is linked on the screen, and I'm hoping we're going to have a great night of debates, and we're going to be having some hot sauces down. It should be a good time.
I have
I
such a low pain tolerance for hot sauces. Like for me, spicy Cheez-Its are like way too spicy. So you're on your own tonight, but sorry.
I have a pretty good. Oh, they said that your thing's echoing again, probably because your camera's on.
God damn it. I'll take care of that.
What a weird TikTok glitch. I have no idea why it would do that. That is crazy. Why in the
You
world is
changed
it
something about your
echoing?
settings?
I did not, but after this live stream, I'll double check tomorrow when we get free time. I'll double check tomorrow and make sure one of the settings didn't get changed. Anyways, with that, let me grab a couple super chats, and then Sunny looks like is ready to get into the discussion, so we'll get Sunny in. Red Shrek, thank you so much for donating $50. I really appreciate that. And Dexter, thank you so much for sending out 5 DZ debate gifted memberships. And Red Shrek, when you say you donated, are you saying you're donating through Super Chat? Because if that's what you're saying, I have to document this somewhere, because this is the point of the GoFundMe, so I don't have to keep a spreadsheet while I'm talking. Bertram, thank you for the dinosaur. I appreciate that. I appreciate that, but I'm going to write it down just in case. Thank you, Red Trek. That's very generous, my friend. And Helping Mega, thank you for the super chat, says, do we have a new screen for the dead air time we will experience tonight? Praise Doug and shared. Well, if Dalton's up here, he's going to have to talk for me while I'm chugging the hot sauce. It'll be okay. It'll be
You got some
okay.
milk on hand?
I've got bread.
There you go.
I meant to bring my yogurt, Greek yogurt. Greek yogurt helps. I forgot to bring it up, so I guess today it's just bread. That's it. It's just me says, hello, yeah, puff puff pass. Indeed, I do agree. We should have I think we got a guest already waiting to get in, so let's get our guest. If you're watching on YouTube, you can join. You don't have to have TikTok. You can join via YouTube with the link on the screen, tiny.cc/DZ guest. You can get into the conversation without signing up for anything. We don't need your information or your email or anything like that. We just need you to click the link in the description of the video or type the link that's on the screen, and you'll be able to get in. Sonny, how you doing?
Doing well. What's up, everybody?
Not too much. Sonny, are you at least 18, and do you believe in some kind of a god?
Yes, I'm over 18. And yeah, I do believe in a God. I was just curious. Do you believe just God in itself, just God, the sense, the essence, the being, is imaginary?
What do you think essence means?
Just believing in a God, of a creation, of a creator in general.
Well, I don't believe in a creator, no. Like, if someone said there's a creator, I would ask them for the evidence.
Got it. Okay. And I'm just curious here. If there is no creator nor God, how would somebody, account for their objective moral values?
Well, I don't have objective moral values, and neither do you.
Well, I believe we do. One of the reasons why is because under subjective morality, that's obviously the latter of objective morality, um, how can we define moral progress? For example, 200 years ago, people, especially the United States back in those times, they accepted slavery. It's very wrong, very bad. Today, we reject it. Now, if morality was subjective, this wouldn't be considered progress. It would just be considered change, similar to like changing fashion trends.
Well,
Objective morality actually.
we would consider it
Go ahead.
progress. You keep trying to put it onto an objective scale. We don't have an objective scale. Like, if you're saying that there is such a thing as objective morals, the burden on you is to demonstrate where they exist, not to like complain about why you don't like subjective morals. You can not like it all day long, but that doesn't make objective morals real.
So then that leads to my point. So it was wrong then, it is wrong now, it would always be wrong. Similar to the Holocaust.
Only
These
if you
things
believe
would
in
be
objective
wrong.
morals. So to
Okay,
be
go ahead.
sure,
Say it
like, if
again.
you don't believe in objective morals, like, we're not going to make claims that that it's objectively wrong. Like, I don't believe in objective morals. I don't make objectively moral claims.
And that's
Now
what I'm
you
saying.
could
So there's no
you
type
could
of
make
absolute moral truth when it comes to subjectivism.
well,
So
well,
that's
well, Sonny. Once we set a goal for ourselves, then we can make objective statements about whether or not that goal is getting us further towards or further away from the ultimate goal. So for me and Justin, the goal would be like the well-being of other peoples. So we could say that the abolishment of slavery objectively gets us closer to that goal, even if the goal is subjectively chosen.
how so. Can you expand on that a little bit?
Sure. So generally, when I talk about morality, what I mean is the well-being. I'm saying a system which like works towards the well-being of others. And slavery is objectively not conducive to the well-being of others. Definitely not towards the slaves. So by abolishing slavery, we are now closer to the goal of universal well-being.
Got it. And my apologies. I'm also lagging as well. Um, so how can let me just break this down as to at least what you're saying, just to try to wrap it around my head. So you're talking about well-being. You're talking about the well-being of others, and that slavery is not conducive to the well-being of others by abolishing slavery. So now you're all closer to the goal of universal well-being. Is that what I'm getting, or am I confused here?
No, you're right. That's correct. I mean, by abolishing slavery, we are closer to reaching the goal of universal well-being, and so it's like think of it like a chess. The rules of chess are completely made up, right? But once we come to an agreement about what the rules of chess are, we can make like objective statements about whether or not one particular move or another would be legal in chess or illegal. In the same way, even though the grounding of our mine and Justin's morals are subjective, once we come to an agreement about what those that goal is, which for us would be
Hmm.
well-being, then we can make objective statements about whether or not something is conducive or non-conducive to that goal.
Got it. Okay, that makes sense. So, in essence, with that, how can you deem something to be truly wrong without human opinion?
Wrong is just a shorthand for something which is not conducive to the goal. Again, it's subjective.
Hmm. All right, all right. Yeah, sorry. It's just like I'm also in college, uh, understanding and getting my degree in philosophy. So I'm just trying to learn both sides a little bit more. So I
Right.
like that. So does that fall under the is ought concept? You would say the David
No.
Hume thing.
No, that the is alt, like you can't derive an alt from an is a little bit different than what we're suggesting. We're suggesting that once we establish a goal, once you have a goal, then you can determine oughts, right? But if you have no goal, then alts are kind of irrelevant, right?
Yeah. Okay. Yes.
Oh, hold
Okay.
on.
Then
I just got restricted on TikTok. It says your live is not eligible for recommendation and restricted in search because it primarily directs people off platform. This is in line with the TikTok live section under our community.
Ugh.
Fucking TikTok, you're the absolute worst. All right, we'll finish this conversation and then I'll restart TikTok and I'll just display people. I'll display the link momentarily while we're debating. I won't just leave it up the whole time. Sorry about that, guys.
no, no, you're good. I was actually just gonna end it there because I'm just always hopping on these lives, just getting more knowledge. Yeah. And sorry about your restriction there. Yeah.
It's
TikTok is
okay.
not the best when it comes to interacting with other apps.
TikTok's the fucking worst, man. I love it, but it's the worst. It's the worst, man. It drives me insane.
It has the
I'm good.
potential to
I
be such a
appreciate the
great app.
conversation, guys. I'll let you guys go. You guys have a good one.
All right, thanks so much, Sonny. Cheers, man. Well, I hope he
I
has.
see you got that shot ready.
Fuck it. It didn't take very long to get the first shot done. All right, I'm gonna restart the TikTok stream and then let's talk about dollars and shots. All right. TikTok stream is momentarily ended. For those still watching on YouTube, just as a refresher, um, the GoFundMe page is already past our first charity challenge mark. It didn't take very long to hit the first one. We're already at 1050. We needed 936. What that means is that shot number one, hot sauce, is going down the hatch here in just a minute. But I'm gonna reload the TikTok stream, and we'll get the TikTok stream rocking and rolling here. Thank you so much to everyone who donated. I really appreciate it. And we're not remotely done. I've got at least 5 shots loaded up, friends. I got 5 shots loaded up, and the last one is going to be ghost pepper. So don't fucking go anywhere. I'm going to destroy my mouth and my bowels for charity. All right, let me get the TikTok stream back up again. All right, TikTok should be live now. I took the charity challenge marker off of just the TikTok stream and the vertical stream, because the vertical stream on YouTube and TikTok are identical, but I left it up on the horizontal stream. So it'll be up on the horizontal stream, up on the right side the whole time, but on the vertical stream I have to put it up momentarily as time allows. And then I think Dalton will be back any minute now. While we're waiting for TikTok to get back with it, Phil, thank you so much for the super chat. Phil says, "Praise Mickey, the God-destroying marmot." Indeed. Thank you, Phil. And Serial Dude, great to see you, says, "Where can I find the poll of scientists saying the Big Bang wasn't necessarily the beginning?" Great question. I only know of it because Dr. Blitz sent me screenshots from the PDF. I've got it saved off on Discord somewhere. I think it's this like pinned in Justin's live stream in the Discord. That being said, if you DM me for it on Discord, I can send it to you. I need to remember to put that on the cheat sheet. I can put it on the cheat sheet. I apologize, I haven't done it yet. Siffa says, "Hey Justin, please explain the Witch of Endor passage." Well, it's a fun passage. So Saul is distressed, and he really needs his favorite prophet to give him advice, but his favorite prophet Samuel's dead. He's gone, and Saul already said that all of the witches and whatnot and warlocks are going to be banned from the land. So he has to go secretly find a witch that can speak to the dead, which actually leads me to a design for a coffee mug that I need to put in the store that I used to sell back when I ran a Christian shop. I'm not joking. I used to run an online Christian goods shop, and I sold a tongue-in-cheek mug that said, "Find me a woman that can speak to the dead," referring to the Witch of Endor story from the Bible. I'll put that in our YouTube shop and get that going. That being said, that's what happened, and then the Witch of Endor brings up the spirit of Samuel, and then you know the whole thing, so on and so forth. That being said, I think we've got an announcement before we get to our next guest. I've got Dugald and Chaos Engine here. How you doing, friends?
Hey, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. I came up to tell you a couple warnings because I've seen a few get shut down today. If you mention other apps,
Mm-hmm.
they will get you.
Mm-hmm.
So be careful, just like telling people to send you messages on like where the deconstruction junction is housed, for example.
Sure.
Because I did that. I gave an announcement on Christina's live, and they restricted her. She didn't get banana, but she got restricted, so she had to restart and all that kind of stuff. So just giving you a fair warning, friend.
I appreciate that. Big W. Thank you, Dugald. Good. Also,
No
while
problem.
Dugald's up here, guys, drop Dugald a follow. His streams are dope.
Will do.
Speaking of, Chaos Engine in the house. How you doing, Chaos?
I'm all right. I figured I'd just hop up here. I sent you a message on DC, but I don't know if you saw it or not. I was letting you know you can actually maybe screenshot and display my profile every once in a while, because the information is there too, and it might keep you from getting restricted.
For sure. Well, I do have links to your stuff in the description of the YouTube video. And if people are on TikTok, they already know who you are. They already know where to find Chaos Engine. But right now, I think we've got a pretty good drive running. I think steering people to one location just to the GoFundMe is going to be a good streamlined method, I think.
Okay.
But
I just figured if you wanted
for those
to do
curious,
that,
he has a Cash App. Chaos has a Cash App. It's in his profile.
I do. It's not a business profile, so it's not a clickable link, so you have to copy it. And so I'm going to go ahead and hop down because I got to get inside and start working on supper and feeding the chaos minions.
I get it. Take care of the 5 kids, man. Cherish them.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you. Cheers, buddy. So Chaos, for those who don't know, is what we're doing the $1 challenge tonight for. There's a link in the description of the YouTube video. And you can also just look up Chaos Engine on TikTok if you need more information. Chaos is disabled. His partner lost their job. They've got 5 kids. They're like on the edge of losing their sole vehicle in possibly their living quarters. So we're steering everybody we can to the GoFundMe page that was set up. And I am going to be chugging hot sauce for every $500 donated to the GoFundMe page. Link is in the description. And so it's going to be a lot of fun, friends. We're going to be doing this while we debate. And we already hit our first goal, which means before we move any further, by the way, if you want to debate me, the lines are open, by the way. If there's any Christians out there that want to debate, there's nobody in line. Now is your time. And with that, here comes, what is this? Yeah. Red pepper sauce.
So do you just hate your stomach? Is that what happens? Is that
yeah.
it?
Yeah, tomorrow's going to suck.
Oh, I have acid reflux, and this would absolutely destroy me.
Oh my God, I'd be dead already.
Okay, so next in line is habanero chipotle, and that one is hot. By the way, that one's gonna hurt. Yeah, Jim is saying, what about Da Bomb? I've had Da Bomb. I enjoy the Da Bomb. I don't know if Da Bomb is right for a chug challenge because it's concentrated, but it's good stuff. Well, let me grab a couple.
Funny. I signed my dad up for a hot sauce of the month club once for Father's Day. He got it for a whole year. He still has like 8 bottles left, but it's a good deal actually. I recommend it if you all are hot sauce enthusiasts.
Oh, absolutely. Get a sampler. Let me grab a couple super chats while we wait for the theists to line up. Harry, thank you for the $20 super chat. I really appreciate that. Harry says, Justin, what is the apologetic for why everyone went back to their work a day, lives, and didn't build an encampment around Jesus' tomb after he was sealed up? Well, the reality is we have no reason to believe that he was even placed in a tomb. Right. So the whole narrative of like, well, if they were worried about the body being stolen, why didn't they like guard the tomb? I don't even think he was placed in a tomb. I think that guy was hung up on a cross or stoned and then thrown into a mass grave like everybody else. And that was it. That was the end of him. Toast. Gone. He's worm food. So that's how I would take care of that.
I'm not even sure if he was even in the Gospels, he's taken out the cross on the same day he's crucified. I don't even know if that's accurate. So they probably just thought, well, that's the end of it.
That's what I'm thinking. Is it Nasi? Welcome in, Nasim.
Yeah, it is. You actually said it right.
How you
Most
doing,
people
Nasim?
don't pronounce it well. I'm pretty good. How are you?
Doing well. Can't complain. Nasim, are you at least 18? And do you believe in God?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, hold on a second. Do me a
clarify,
favor and swipe away from your app and then come back. For some reason, you are echoing. See if that's any better.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Is he still echoing, friends?
Oh shit! My bad, chat.
I can't hear an echo, but that's maybe
I don't
just
hear one
because I'm
either.
up here.
I don't hear one either.
Saying, yeah.
Well, on my end, it looks like you're only halfway connected. Let me drop you
Hey,
and join.
it's chill. It's chill.
Just go ahead and join back up. I'm not sure that your connection actually fully connected when you came up. It's crazy. It's crazy this echo glitch. How it's behaving that way. What a weird behavior from TikTok right now.
It's ever since either the new iOS came out that it's happening for people, or it's the new terms from TikTok that's happening to people. I'm
Well,
not sure which.
they just updated it like before my last live stream on Wednesday, and it started on Wednesday. So I'm thinking it's got to be something on their end after the last update. He didn't come back, so maybe he didn't want to actually talk to us. I'll grab the next guest. We've got Isaac waiting in our YouTube queue, so we can get Isaac into the discussion and keep the train moving. Cut by Occam, great name. Thank you for that. $10 super chat says, I'm reconstructing back to theism. Sorry to hear that. Can't decide between Christianity and Islam. Oh no. One gets me 72 virgins in the afterlife. The other one offers me huge grace. Okay, this is good. This is good. I appreciate that. If it's me, friend, if it's me, I'm going huge grace. That's all I'm saying. All right, let's get Isaac into the discussion. How you doing, Isaac?
I'm doing good. You know, they don't tell you if it's 72 virgin females or males, right?
Right. So, Isaac, are you at least 18, and do you believe in some kind of God?
Yeah, most definitely.
All right. And which God do you
I
believe
am-
in?
Yeah, so the Bible, Jesus and the Father and the Holy Ghost.
Okay, so you're a Christian?
Well, Christian's a pretty loose word these days, but yeah, that would be a common term that someone would understand.
Well, I mean,
Correct.
you believe in Jesus Christ, right?
Yes, definitely.
Okay. And a follower of Jesus Christ is called a Christian?
That is correct, yeah.
Okay, so you're a Christian. Dope.
Yeah.
So, in your estimation, then, what would be the most compelling evidence or argument for the Christian God being real?
Yeah. So in the Gospels, Jesus Christ says that, well, one, he says that those who believe on him would be able to do the same works that he does and greater.
Oh,
And
shit.
then Jesus also said,
Are you healing
What's
people?
correct, yes, yep,
Oh, shit. Can you do it now?
yeah, most definitely.
Damn. Dalton?
I have bad
Dugald?
I have bad eyesight. I have bad
Dalton,
eyesight.
I
I need
have
glasses.
I have a herniated disc.
We have need.
Awesome. Yeah, heck yeah. Yeah, and so Jesus also said, where two or more gathered, that there he is in the midst. And he also said that he would reveal himself unto his followers, not unto the world, but unto those who believe in him and are obedient. So
Why would he only
said,
reveal himself to those who already believe?
Mhm. I'm not the one who wrote the details.
Someone did just point out that Isaac does also wear glasses.
Yeah. So I
found that
seen,
interesting too.
a lot of. So I heard someone with a disc. What would you say your pain level is at right now? If you can move it around and
Right now?
stiffness, on a scale of 1. Yeah.
Oh, my herniated disc is usually on a 5 every day. Right now, it's on about a 7.
On a 7. Okay. And basically, Jesus told his disciples, he sent them out. He said, "Let people know that the kingdom of heaven is at hand." And then he said, "Heal the sick, cast out devils, and raise the dead."
Right. Yeah,
So
and you're prepared to do that.
Yeah. So
I love it. Let's do it.
With the back pain, I would just say, well, first I would, if I was on the street or something with somebody, I would get feel for where they are at in their walk, and where their faith level is at. So the
Absolute
person with the
zero.
back pain, what's it? You believe he's absolutely real?
Absolute zero. No, I believe he's
Oh, okay.
absolutely not real.
Oh, oh, perfect. Okay, yeah, no, that's good. So okay, perfect. Yeah. All right. So you said a 7 right now. If you just say something like this, like, Jesus, if you're real, could you please show me that I don't walk blind in this life?
But no, we're asking for healing.
Jesus, yeah, I'll say it if that's what's going to get the healing. Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, yeah. Just
I have to
ask
say
for,
those words?
you don't have to, but if it's just an expression of, hey, God, if you're real, could you just show me?
All right. God, if you're real, please show me.
Okay, awesome. And then put your hand on your back as to where it hurts.
Okay.
Okay. And Father God, we just come before you right now. There's a lot of people that don't know who you are. You sent your son Jesus Christ to come and heal people, and you said that we could do the same works and greater. And so, in the name of Jesus, I command this pain to leave. Every disc be healed, nerve ending, bones, ligaments, and tendons, muscles be loosed, pain leave in the name of Jesus. All right, and then just test it out and see if it's any different.
Yeah, we're at about a 7.
Still the same?
Yep.
Okay, no problem. Happens sometimes. So let's see here. The next thing I would, if someone doesn't get healed right when you pray, sometimes people have things going on in their life. Maybe they're holding a grudge against someone. They have unforgiveness in their life, or anger, resentment, something built up. If there's anything like that, Jesus says to confess our sins before God.
Okay.
Um,
Well, if you want to know
the
what
things that we
stresses
leave.
me out is, I live under Christian nationalism right now. So, I mean, that's kind of a big
Okay.
stressor. Can he fix that?
Gotcha. Well, so Jesus did say that the kingdom of heaven is at hand, which is also an opportunity for us to believe in the kingdom of God, and not so God is able to, in our lives, give us a different economy that we walk in that's not affected by what's going on in the world. Like the prophet Elijah in the book of Kings, Elijah actually called out a famine, and the Lord told him to sit next to a brook, and he commanded the birds to bring him food during the whole thing. And then when the brook dried up, he went into a town, and the widow there, God had the prophet Elijah asked her to bring him a piece of meat, food, a piece of bread, and then she said, "I don't have
Right.
any except what me and my son are about to eat, and then we're gonna die. That's all we have left." He
Right.
said, "Make first for me
No,
bread,
we know.
and then for
Don't worry.
yourself."
We know the story. We don't
Okay.
need the whole thing. Okay, so it sounds like he didn't get healed, and that's fine. So let's move on to. I think argument number 1 was my God is real because he does stuff. He didn't do anything. So what's argument number 2?
Okay. So yeah, if you go out, Jesus says a lot of different things in the Gospels. You must hate your life. You must forsake all in this life. Um,
So life isn't valuable? Because I'm told by Christians that every
well,
life is so inherently valuable that that killing somebody is the worst thing you could do. But if you have to hate your life, it seems like it's not really all that valuable.
so yeah, it's getting to a place where this the things that are going on in this life are not as important as needing to know God, because Jesus Christ also said that we live off of um, every word that comes out of the mouth of God, right? So if we're living from our flesh and we're stuck in is I need to work to provide for myself and eat. Well, God actually says that He's our provider, and so we can get misaligned and have our priorities out of order. And so
God is
if
provider.
God is a provider for those.
So
Yes.
when he says that not a sparrow falls to the ground apart from the Father, how much more are you than the sparrows? So you shouldn't have to worry about tomorrow. Those 3 million children dying of starvation right now are less than the sparrows, because God certainly is concerned with the sparrows, but He's not concerned with the 3 million children that die every year.
Well, I would also say this: this world is not the. This is not the. This is not the prize. This earth is not the prize. This is more like the testing ground, and this is like the test before all of eternity, right? So we're going to heaven or hell. If you
Why does
die
He
in
need to
this life,
test
yeah, we
you?
look at it that's miserable and sucks. We don't know how much God has actually gone through to provide for these kids even to let them die and to enter into heaven. Really, I
Have you
wouldn't see
ever
that as
We don't.
seen? Have you ever seen some of these malnourished children in Africa, skin on the bone with like literally flies on them? Like, in what way is God providing for them?
Well, I mean, they're alive thus far, but I'm not saying that I have all the answers, but there's tough questions out there. That's definitely one of those tough questions. Like, why is there so much suffering if there's a God? But
Why is there a all powerful deity up in heaven that's looking down on this poor child, saying, "Oh, that's too bad. I know you won't live for another 6 weeks, but let's let you suffer in the most imaginable pain and agony." Imagine the pain the parents going through. Like if my child so much as stubs his toe, I'm having the worst night of my life. That's how much I love my child. And supposedly God loves us as the all-loving Father, and He's looking down on this shit show, and He's okay with it?
I wouldn't say He's okay with it. No, I'd say there's men who are walking in unrighteousness and wickedness who are causing the because we have the ability to feed every person on the planet.
So does God.
And house everybody on the planet.
So does fucking God.
Correct.
He can do it all right now. It wouldn't even be hard.
Yeah, I mean,
correct. Yeah.
Earlier you spoke of how Christians are supposed to be able to do even greater works than Jesus. I cannot remember the last time I saw a Christian missionary go to Africa and make 5,000 loaves of bread, or 10,000 if we're going to be like greater than the works of Jesus, for the hungry children of Africa.
It happens. I have seen it. Yeah.
Do you have any documented evidence of this happening?
Yeah, I could probably find you some stuff. Yeah.
I knew a guy once that claimed that he multiplied food during a Bible study. And then literally a year later, I saw him doing parlor tricks at a healing service, pretending to lengthen people's legs. So I'm inclined to believe that the people who say that kind of nonsense are charlatans.
I mean, so I went through a section of my life where I tested all the same things and I thought all the same things. I thought some of these miracles were fake. The growing of the legs is one that you bring up, and actually, and I know that a lot of people think it's fake. I've seen all the comments
fake.
on YouTube.
It is.
It's not just fake; it's a joke.
My father had this. My father had this quote unquote miracle performed on him when I was in high school, and of course, this didn't actually fix his back pain at all. It is just a parlor trick.
I'm not saying that every time someone claims there's a miracle that it's an actual miracle, but I know that there are miracles that actually happen out there because they've happened in my own eyes and my own hands, in my own unbelief, as testing Jesus's words. Because I got to a point in my life where I was addicted to heroin. I couldn't get off it. I said
Oh boy,
I'd already been to
can't use
rehab.
those words. Can't use those words. You got to be
What'd I say?
careful. You just
Oh,
said
sorry. What I said?
illicit substances.
Oh, okay, gotcha. So let's see here. I was
So you found
in
Jesus when you were like whacked out of your mind?
no, I was in jail for a year. I grew up Catholic, so I knew the Bible pretty well, but I was back into the Bible, and I was just reading through the words of Jesus, and I noticed that I love the prophet Elijah. And I said, if a relationship with you is available like this, I want it. And Jesus sent his disciples out with no money, just to clothes on their back. Don't bring any extra stuff, right? And he says, go and let people know the kingdom of heaven is at hand, heal the sick, cast out demons, cleanse the lepers, raise the dead. So I just thinking logically, right? If I put myself in the same positions that the apostles put themselves in, and I do that for 4 years, and I don't see God, if God doesn't reveal himself to me, I could go to college for 4 years and rack up $100,000 in debt. Or the disciples were with Jesus for
Isaac?
3.5 years.
Isaac,
Yeah.
you sound like a really nice guy, but nobody has a clue what you're saying right now. There's a lot of words with no endpoint. What we're trying to
I'm getting
figure
there.
out is whether or not the God is real, and you're just saying he's real because you've like witnessed cool stuff. And listen, we believe that in your mind, you believe you witnessed cool stuff. We haven't, right? We've witnessed parlor tricks and liars, right? So the reality is there's not, like, as far as this conversation has gone so far, there's nothing for us to sink our teeth into. You haven't given us a single reason to believe that this God is real other than, well, he did stuff in my life. But like, listen, these types of testimonies exist elsewhere. There's testimonies of healing and miracles in Hinduism all over the place. There's all kinds of Eastern mystical healers over there claiming to heal people. Some of them even doing spiritual surgeries.
Also,
Yep.
I just wanted to bring this up because I'm kind of like in the field of physiology, and there's a ton of really interesting phenomenon that they seem like miraculous, but on the base level, they're really not that miraculous, and they have explanations. So, for example, there's the blue whale paradox, which actually can occur in humans. Basically, what this is that cancer gets cancer. So cancer cells are highly mutagenic, meaning they mutate a lot. That's just a fancy word for they change a lot. And basically, sometimes cancer can change so much that it starts attacking itself and kills itself off. And this is why some people will spontaneously like reverse their cancer. This like similar things can also happen with like healing peripheral nerve injuries. So somebody who may not be able to walk, if it was just peripheral nerves that got damaged, then it's very possible that those nerves could heal over a long period of time. And one day, enough of those neurons heal, those brain cells heal to the point where they can walk, and it's almost like a spontaneous healing. So there's plenty of these spontaneous healing like instances that seem miraculous, but on base level are not.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Well,
So
Christian nationalism is still a problem, and my back still hurts. So praise Jesus, I guess.
yeah. So I would just say that Jesus says if you seek and you knock and you ask, you're gonna find. And in the
Well, that's
book of
not
Acts,
true.
it says that the Holy Ghost came in like a mighty rushing wind and tongues of fire. And that's when God's Spirit comes and you come face to face with the creator of heaven and earth. It's something that God has to draw you into, and it's something that you mostly got to seek for, and you got to.
So God is preventing us from finding him.
He has hidden himself. Yeah, the proverb says that.
Why? So Jesus himself wants everyone to follow him. God himself says he desires that none would perish. God himself also says, I'm fucking hide and seek, baby. Try to find me. I'm immaterial. You'll never find me.
Seek
Yeah, you
ye
can
and
find
ye
him.
shall find, but only sometimes.
If you seek with all your heart and you seek righteousness, not wickedness, yeah, you're gonna find God.
Oh, that's a
It says
lie.
the
So
pure in heart.
Isaac, that's a lie.
I-
That's a lie.
There are millions of
No,
people that seek God with all their heart and they never find their God. There are a billion Muslims right now of which a great majority of them are seeking God with all of their heart, and they will never convert to Christianity. And you can't tell me that every single Muslim is just insincere. You can't tell me that every atheist is just insincere. This is the type of like lying to yourself that you have to do to believe this doctrine.
I was a reluctant atheist, Isaac. I did not want to be an atheist, did not want to be a non-believer. And the same as Justin, we were both very, very devout, but we were very studious in studying the Bible, and that's what led to our current circumstances.
Okay.
Also, what about for children they're not old enough and their brain isn't developed to the point where they're able to actually believe in something? Any child with childhood cancer before the age of 4 who dies physically does not have the capable to believe in a religion. So are they all just damned?
No, Jesus Christ says that no one shall enter into the kingdom of heaven except like a child, and you must enter into the kingdom of heaven like a child. So children are exempt. God knows what you know. God knows what you've denied when He's tried to talk to you, and when He's tried to lead you in righteousness. And He said, don't go to the strip club. You go to the strip club. Don't smoke. You smoke. These things that go through your mind. You're like, oh, I know I shouldn't do that, but you do it anyway. And then
Okay, so
reap the
Christians don't
consequences.
sin.
Christians don't sin?
See, because this is
No,
the
that's not
problem. Like you're making excuses for these people who don't know God, right? They haven't found God, claiming that it's because they have sinned, but Christians have sinned too. So sin has nothing to do with whether or not God is going to reveal himself to you. In fact, the Bible itself says that he died for you while you were still dead in your sins. Right? So the fact that we're all dead in our sins is irrelevant to whether or not God is going to reveal himself to us.
I mean,
correct. He's
would
he,
So I mean,
go ahead. Go ahead.
it just seems like the Bible is full of things that aren't true. Like even Jesus's own predictions of his second coming didn't come true. Like how many times does Jesus have to say things that are not true before we just be like, oh, either people are making stuff up and making Jesus say it, or Jesus is just a goof.
just a second. My wife wants to say something. Let me just. All right.
Hey, Justin, don't you love how you have to become like a child in order to enter the kingdom of heaven? But also, we should put away the childish things.
I know, right? It's time to put away the milk and have the meat, it says in the epistles to the Hebrews. Yet Jesus is like, no, bring me the ones that are still on the milk. Those are the ones I want. Sorry, Isaac, go ahead.
No, it's okay. There's a lot of dichotomies in the Bible that
Contradictions is what we call them.
Yeah, things that seem to contradict each other, but
Well, there's a bunch, yeah.
But it's from a fleshly and carnal mind that they're actually. So the Spirit of God is something that would have to reveal the truth. The only way you're going to get to know God is if He draws you to Him, and if it's something that you truly desire. I mean, how many times have you been on your face crying, saying, "Lord, would you please reveal yourself to me?" I'm
probably 100
several times.
Yeah. Okay.
To be clear, I'm an ex-Christian. So is Dalton. I don't know about Scientific Snitch, but I spent 2 decades in the faith. So
I am too, and I also just wanted to say one more thing. If all children go to heaven, then should you just eliminate all children of other religions who don't believe in the Christian God?
Seems like abortion
because they'll go to heaven?
Yeah, it's the right thing to do. Thanks, Stitch.
That's funny. Yeah, you guys.
Isn't that the reductio of your position, though?
What's that?
Isn't that the reduction of your position?
No, definitely not. No.
Well, okay, if a child is born and you'll allow it to grow into adulthood, it runs the risk of going to hell, right? Oh, you can't smoke on stream. Sorry. This guy's bound and determined to get my stream taken down.
Who's that?
Did you just smoke?
Me?
You can't smoke on stream.
Oh, this is a toothpick.
Oh, sorry. It looked like a cigarette from here. You can't. Okay, sorry about that.
Oh, no.
So, if a child comes of age and they commit even one sin, now they're liable to hellfire, aren't they?
Jesus said that that all sin and blasphemy shall be forgiven the sons of men, except the blasphemy of the Holy Spirit. So, when the Holy Spirit reveals Himself to you, and He says, "Look, you've come face to face with me. I'm God. I'm your Creator," and you deny Him, then
Isaac, that doesn't answer my question. My question is, are people who've only committed one sin liable to the hellfire if they don't repent?
And like I said, all sin and blasphemy shall be forgiven the sons of men, except the blasphemy of the
only
Holy
if you
Spirit.
ask, Isaac. Pay attention. Follow along, right? I'm asking for a person who's only sinned once and they are unrepentant. Are they liable to the hellfire?
An unrepentant soul that the Holy Ghost has spoken to and revealed Himself to, someone who knows God.
Why do you keep adding to my statement? You know clearly what my statement is. It's either a yes or a no.
Well, I'm giving you the fullness of the answer.
You're not. You're dodging. Just give me a yes or no.
It's not a yes or no question.
It is.
Jesus, all sin and blasphemy will be forgiven the sons of men. Those who walk in...
Only if you ask for it. Isaac, we'll try this again. You can't get your sin forgiven until you ask for forgiveness. You don't get saved until you do Romans 10:9 and 10. Confess with your mouth and believe in your heart that Jesus Christ is Lord and that He died for your sins. God raised Him from the dead. If you don't do that, you're not born of the water and the Spirit, as it says in the book of John, which means you're not a Christian. I'm talking about the person who doesn't believe in this sky carcass. What happens to them when they die and they have unrepentant sin?
Yeah, so that's not for us to know. What we do know is that...
All right, I'm not gonna let you lie on your own book. I've got the passage right here for you. I'll never understand why Christians are allergic to reading their own book, but Jesus Himself says, "Very truly I tell you, no one," that means nobody. There's no exception to no one. No one can enter the kingdom of God without being born of the water and of the Spirit. Right? So if you don't believe in Jesus, if you don't confess with your mouth and believe in your heart that Jesus Christ is Lord, if you're not born again, you don't get to go to heaven. That's what Jesus said. I didn't make that up.
Oh no, so that's the part that the distinction that you're missing is that Jesus said that the kingdom of heaven is at hand, and He also said that the kingdom of heaven is within you, right? So there's going to heaven when we die.
So I'm already in heaven?
So
I'm already in the kingdom of heaven?
What Jesus did. Well, honestly, far from it.
Fuck, I'm going to heaven according to Isaac. Shit, I don't even need to repent now. This is great. Jesus died for nothing.
Yeah.
What a great loophole.
Well, I would say that you are going to heaven. Here's why. I would say that you're going to heaven, and here's why. Because you're working righteousness. Jesus says that there
are you universalist?
Well, just let me finish this. Just let me finish my point here. All right. So Jesus said that there will people who say unto Him, Lord, Lord, and He will say, I never knew you, right? And then there's people who will say, when did I take care of you, Lord? And you will say, when you took care of you took care of me. Just put that fundraiser up for that man, and you said you drink a thing of hot sauce for every $500 that comes through. That's working righteousness, and that's taking care of the people who need to be taken care of. So you might get to heaven, you'd be like, when did I didn't follow you, Lord. I didn't even know who you were. And He's like, I'm going to let you into my kingdom because you've been working righteousness and you've been taking care of the people who need it.
No, Isaac, because Jesus says, if you deny me before men, I will deny you before my Father in heaven. Me and Justin be doing that quite a bit on here.
Right. So Jesus' own words is, if you deny me, I'll deny you. And then He says in Revelation that the faithless, sorry, I can't say that right. The faithless, those who don't believe, they get sent to the lake of fire along with the other people that do immoral practices and experience the second death, which means Dalton and I and Scientific Snitch, all three of us are going to hell in your worldview. Unless you don't
Also,
believe
wouldn't
that these
this,
verses
No,
are
no,
true.
also
no,
wouldn't
no,
this
no, no,
mean
no.
Same
that
with me.
serial mlerblers, wouldn't this mean that serial guys that believe in Christianity would go to heaven if they just say, "Hey, forgive me"?
Hmm.
I don't know. I don't know if I want to go to heaven anymore.
Yeah, I don't want
No,
to spend heaven with
I
those
never wanted to
guys.
go to begin with.
Yeah. Well, listen, Isaac, I think we beat you up for a little bit. We've got a bunch of people waiting to get in, and I've got some updates on our fundraiser I gotta send out here. But thanks for coming and talking to us, Isaac.
you guys have a wonderful one.
Cheers. Well, I'll give him some
Justin,
credit.
I'm
He
sorry
he,
about your heaven diagnosis.
he at least prayed. Most Christians are too afraid to pray on here for healing.
Right?
I mean, that takes some balls.
Yeah.
It brought me
It
back to
took
my
balls,
childhood. I didn't like it.
Yeah,
Well, let
it
me
took
grab.
Christian
Sorry, go ahead.
nationalism still a thing and my back still hurts.
Let me
I said
grab just
problem
a.
is Christian nationalism still a thing and my back still hurts.
Well, it's a delayed prayer. It's like the time release Tylenol capsules. You have to wait a little while for it to set in. Don't worry. I'm sure tomorrow morning you'll be fine. I'll see you in church Sunday morning, Dugald. Elteen, thank you for the $50 super chat. That's huge, my friend. Thank you so much. There's a super informative article about the miracles that the caller was talking about. It's called Faith Healing Works Unless It Doesn't. It's written by Dr. Hugh Hughes. You should check it out. Actually, I've read it before. It is a good article. Everyone should check it out. It's a great article. Thank you, Eltine, for the super chat and for the information. I can't recommend that article enough. And Eltine also sending out 20 DZ Debate memberships. I super appreciate that, friend. And Zach, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Says, I'm physically disabled. Is $20 enough to heal you? Well, if Dugald didn't get healed, I don't know if you're going to get healed. I wouldn't hold out hope. I don't think today's your day, but we'll see. There's time left. And Charissa, thank you for sending out 5 DZ Debate gifted memberships. I really appreciate that, friend. And also, JMR's with us tonight. JMR, thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you for being here. Says, ordered you a shot. Godspeed, brother. Sinfully wet for Sharon. I was wondering who did that. Somebody, here's our announcement, by the way. Thank you, JMR. So somebody donated $500 to the GoFundMe page, which puts us up over our next 2 shots already. So I'm going to take this shot right now. This is the habanero chipotle sauce down the hatch, and now I'm pouring cayenne. Cayenne coming up, friends. Back to back. There's no rest
Yo.
between chipotle and cayenne.
That's
My brother,
crazy.
you are sweating.
It's gonna get fucking hot tonight.
Yeah, you're glistening is what's happening right now.
Oh boy. All right.
Is my delay gone?
It seems okay.
Okay.
Cayenne down the hatch, friends. Whew. All right. With that, we're gonna. Whew. That's a good one.
Justin,
We're gonna update.
I don't live that far from you. I'm worried about tomorrow. I'm going to be in from you. I know it's a couple hundred miles, but still.
I'll let you know if I need some caretaking. I might need a diaper. I'll give Diaper Don some company. So
Yes.
I will update the funds after our next guest and see where we're at. I've got only 2 more hot sauces to meet our challenge. I've got Scotch Bonnet and Ghost Pepper left. First of all, if you don't know what Scotch Bonnet is, Scotch Bonnet's fucking hot. It's good though. It's good. Trust me, it's a good hot sauce. But it's gonna kick my ass. Ghost Pepper is gonna hurt. We'll see what that does.
Justin, please don't die.
I might cry.
You know
but
what's-
Please don't
You know what's
unalive
worse?
Justin.
was that scientific?
You know what's worse? I would say, like, there was one time where we were working with some capsaicin protein, which is capsaicin, which is the molecule that causes spiciness. I made a solution of it. We're not supposed to do this in lab. This broke.
one rule. I got a slap on the wrist, but I tried it, and I was crying for 10 minutes. So
Yeah. Pure capsaicin will mess you up.
oh yeah.
I've seen videos of that. I haven't done it myself. All right, friends, I've got a bunch of people waiting to get in. I'm going to grab just a couple super chats so we don't get buried in super chats, and we'll get our next guest in here. Eris, great to see you tonight. Thank you for the super chat. It says, here's $5 to help. We'll donate to the GoFundMe as well. Well, thank you, Eris. Thanks for looking out for our community. Eris, you know me. I love this community. And you know my motto, when someone needs help, you help. You don't ask questions. You don't make excuses. You just help. And Hank, thank you for the 666. Hail Nero says, hail the great galactic squid. Blessed be his inky discharge. Listen, W Kraken, which, by the way, I'm out of Kraken tonight. I only have hot sauce, so it's going to be a hell of a night. Boogie, thank you for the 666. Much ammo to you and yours. Ammo, not ammo, not AMMO. Sorry. To you and yours, Justin. I'll donate a few bucks to the thing, too. Looking forward to the cookout. Hail Nero and praise Doug. And what he's referring to, friends, is we're doing a $1 charity challenge for our friend Chaos Engine, who is disabled, has 5 kids, and his partner just lost their job in July. They're really struggling right now. They could lose their vehicle, their only vehicle, and their living quarters. They're in a really bad situation. The GoFundMe is linked in the description of this video. If you're watching it on the horizontal YouTube stream, it's also on the screen. I can't put it on the vertical stream because TikTok will take it down, but it is in fact in the link in the vertical video that you're watching on YouTube right now. So please, 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 I'm just asking everyone, 20,000 people or more are going to watch this stream. I need just $1. I'm asking for a single dollar from you, friends. That's it. I'm not asking anyone to donate $500. I'm not asking anyone to donate a month of coffees. I just $1 from each person. That's it. And we're going to blow this goal out of the water. John, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. It says, now you're messing with the Son of Man. Best if you sing it. John, listen, you know I can't sing or do accents. Oh, wait, Boogit says the minimum GoFundMe is $5. Is that true? I didn't know that. Is that a new thing? Interesting. I didn't know that, Boogit. I appreciate the information. If I had known that, I would have made it a $5 challenge. I am sorry, friends. I've just like Jesus, I'm now a liar. I'm asking $5. I'm asking $5 from each person.
Justin, I feel like I'm watching PBS in the middle of the night.
Call now for 3 easy payments of $9.99. And Trump failed, says, made a post about Trump being the Antichrist joke. Dude said that the Antichrist translates to Obama. Not kidding, probably racist. Yeah, you're right. So this goes back to a racist talking point about the Hebrew word barak, which it is not related to, it's not the same thing. It's a dumb talking point back in 2012. It's a dumb talking point now. Just ignore it. And last one from RW says, I donate to your charity if you don't take any hot sauce. I hate to see people hurting. Seriously, dude. RW, I get it. I hate to see people in pain as well, but don't worry. This hot sauce challenge has been carefully set up by yours truly. Just know that while it is going to be painful, I am a professional hot sauce eater. No worries, I'm not going to die. It's going to suck, but I'm not going to die. I've had a lot of hot sauce.
I've noticed the redness has gone from your face, so you're good.
Yeah, I think we'll be okay. All right, let's bring in JB to the discussion. JB, welcome in. JB,
wow,
are you driving?
This is crazy. I never thought I'd actually get up here.
JB, are you driving?
Maybe.
Sounds like you're driving.
Do we have to talk about that?
Yeah.
Do we have to ask?
Yeah, sorry, you can't. Nope. Sorry, you don't get to drive in live. It's against the TikTok terms of service. I'm not joking. I was on a live stream a number of months ago. Somebody tried to drive in live. They didn't say the truth, and they hit the curb. So like, it's a real thing. It's for your safety. All right, welcome in, Keith. Keith. Keith.
Yeah.
Keith. Oh, there you are. Welcome in, Keith. How you doing?
Fine. How are you?
Doing well. Can't complain. Keith, are you at least 18, and do you believe in some kind of a God?
I'm 63.
Oh, congratulations.
I believe in God, but I don't believe in Jesus.
Okay, so you believe in a different God, or like a generic God, or what kind of a God?
The God that's within.
Oh boy. In all of us or some of us?
In myself.
Does it have a name?
No, it does not.
So it's not like, for example, the God of the Old Testament.
No.
All right. Are you just believe in a generic God, like a deist?
Yes.
Cool. So what would be the most compelling evidence or argument for this particular God existing?
Religion.
Keith, I think there might be a pretty serious delay between us. I'm going to count to 4. When I say 4, I need you to say 5. 1, 2, 3, 4.
5.
Oh, okay, not that bad.
We can work with that. Okay. So you think the best argument for your God existing is the fact that religions exist?
Yes. Religions are man-made.
I agree. Religions are man-made. Okay. But I'm not asking you about the man-made stuff. I'm asking you about the non-man-made stuff, your God, right? Why would I believe that your God is real?
Why would you believe my God is real?
Yeah.
That's a good question. Matter of fact, that's why I came up, to hear your view on that.
Well, I'm asking
we
you.
don't believe in any gods.
Yeah, we don't believe in your God for sure.
Oh, you don't believe in the God?
Nope.
Huh. Well, maybe I didn't look at it that way. Maybe I was looking at it the wrong way. I apologize.
Did your God create the universe?
I couldn't tell you if he did or not.
Oh.
Okay, do you know anything about this God?
No, I do not.
Oh, fuck. All right. Well, Keith, I don't know. I could be wrong. You might be an atheist, my friend.
You know what? I'm glad I came up here to ask you guys, to have this conversation with you guys, because I've been searching for the truth. And the first thing I just found out was in the Bible, been studying the Bible, there is no one in the Bible that seen Jesus walk on the earth. There's no eyewitness that seen him walk on the earth. And if someone in the Bible that said they seen it, somebody else wrote about it. And that's what changed my mind. But in my experience, my family, my parents, grandparents, they all guided me to this God that I'm coming to realize that is not here.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I think we're all in agreement with you, Keith, that if this God was in existence, first of all, the book would be completely true, and the book isn't true, not in the slightest. But second of all, the God would just be apparent. It'd be like looking up and seeing the stars. Like, there's no reason for the God to be hiding from all of his children that he claims that he wants a relationship with, right? If God really wants a relationship with his children, he would just be there whenever they called out, right? In fact, like when my child was born, the nurse impressed on us the first 6 months of life is so critical for the bonding period of parent and child that she warned us, sleep training is helpful. It's really good for a child. Eventually, you do need to sleep train your child, but you don't got to do it right away. What you need to do right away is every time your child calls for you, you need to be there. It needs to learn to trust you and to bond with you, right? If God is a good father, then when we call for him, he should be there. He shouldn't spend our entire lives sleep training us.
You make all the sense in the world.
Yeah. But listen, Keith, I really appreciate you being here, and we love the fact that you're thinking critically, but we got to find a believer to debate, you know?
I understand, but you got me smiling because the truth is the light.
Agreed. The truth will set you free, that's for sure. Free from these toxic religions.
Exactly. I appreciate taking the time even to answer my weakest question. So thank you very much.
Sure thing, Keith. Great to hear from you. W Keith and fucking W chat charity challenge. Holy shit. Well, I don't know if you guys were watching, but I had to pour the Scotch Bonnet. Scotch Bonnet is in the glass.
Oh,
Scotch
no.
Bonnet going down the hatch. This one sucks, by the way. Scotch Bonnet doesn't feel good.
Here's the thing, Justin. Whenever you do the ghost pepper one, you gotta fill it to the brim.
So I thought about the ghost pepper because the fundraiser we're still early in tonight. I'm going to do the ghost pepper like I did all the other shots. And then if we get another $1,000 past our goal, I'll do a full to the brim shot of the ghost pepper.
Fuck yeah. You guys heard that. Pour in the money.
So I'm just saying, friends. This is all for a good cause. This is all for our friend Chaos Engine. And yes, my bowels will be destroyed tomorrow, and it's going to be okay. I'll be fine. Don't worry. All right, let's bring in...
That you're even able to speak intelligibly is a miracle in and of itself. That might be the greatest proof of God yet.
Right, I would have already turned this over to a mod and been like, you all handle this for a minute.
So, to be fair, I've got some expertise in hot sauce chugging, but the Scotch Bonnet's hot. It's a slow burn. It's going to be hot for the next 5 minutes.
Ooh,
the ghost pepper.
You're deconstructing those bowels.
That's 100%. We're deconstructing bowels tonight. The ghost pepper burns for about a good 15 minutes. The ghost pepper does. It's painful. If you've never had ghost pepper, then it's hard to describe, but ghost pepper will mess up your night. Anyways, welcome in, Christian.
Hello, can you hear me?
Not really. Let me see. Do you have any gain control?
I don't know how to get the gain a little bit better. I'm sorry.
I can turn it up from my end. How about now?
Test. Hello.
I can hear you. Can everyone else hear him?
Much better.
Yeah, he sounds fine.
Yep.
Yeah, I think we're okay. So anyways, Christian M, welcome to the chat. Are you at least 18 and do you believe in a higher power?
Yes, I'm over 18, and unfortunately, no, I don't believe. I thought maybe I could come and talk to you about the Bible and fossils, actually. I'm a paleontologist. Just, like, briefly. If you'd like to go to a creationist before me or a Bible believer or whatever, you can do that.
Well, I mean, we're here to do debates, and my channel loves to learn, but right now, while we're doing debates, we're just doing debates. However, I can make you a deal. If that's your background, if we get a guest up talking nonsense about archaeology and paleontology and things like that, then request up and I'll throw you right into the chat. You can do fisticuffs with the believers.
I would love to do that.
Okay, sounds good. Well, it sounds like we've got another professional wanting to throw their hat in the ring, so we'll give them a shot when the opportunity arises. Jeffy Peanut Butter, thank you for the 10,000 W, whatever monetary system that is. Thank you so much. It's Korean. Okay. I'm in Korea, so this is the only way for me to donate at the moment. Thanks for everything, Justin, but please stop recommending books. Good luck, Chaos, and Hail Doug. I have no idea why you would want me to stop recommending books. Readers are leaders. Even if you don't like my book recommendations, you should read them anyways and then tell me why they're shit. Readers are leaders, Fred. Thank you for the donation. Thank you so much for the $10 Canadian chest. His cheat sheet has been worth every penny. It it combined with that skin chapter in the Book of Mormon is some 20 years old elders highlighting off my front porch, hightailing off my front porch with a sudden meeting to attend. Hail, Doug. Thank you so much, Erzman. Good to see you, by the way. I hope everything is good up north for you and that your political arena is not entirely on fire like ours is. But, you know, what are we going to do, right? Snowball, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, my dad smugly reckons that the birth narratives in Luke and Matthew don't contradict, and Jesus could have gone to Egypt anytime in the first couple of years of his life. Thoughts? Well, no, because it literally says that they got up and left to go to Egypt prior to, or as the edict was being issued to kill all the children 2 years and under, right? It depicts them leaving from Bethlehem to go to Egypt, which means they didn't go to Nazareth yet, right? They're still in Bethlehem. In the other narrative, it depicts them going from Bethlehem into Jerusalem and then back to Nazareth in that order. The cheat sheet does have this contradiction on it a little more clearly, I believe. Let me know if you need to work through a little more of that. I could put a timeline together if that helps.
Not to mention, it uses a very specific Greek word to describe the fact that they settled in Nazareth, meaning in Gospel of Matthew, they're not from Nazareth.
Right. Yeah, they're not from Nazareth. Good questions. Good to hear from you again. Says Christians donate and help Jesus. 2 pluses. Smite a Jesus basher. Add points to your election spot in heaven, but only if you believe works are delightsome to God. Indeed. Good question. Indeed. I wonder if we're going to get some white and delightsome guests tonight. Philo says Christians ended slavery. Yeah, we know this talking point. By ignoring their holy book. No makes perfect sense. I know. I actually, I've heard this talking point as of recently because IP has been dragging it out, and it's a bad talking point every time it comes up. Skeptical says, I just want to say I effing appreciate you, homie. You're my favorite baby-eating atheist. Thanks for barbecues. Much love. Rock hard. Sinfully soaked for Sharon. Hey, thank you, Skeptical. I really appreciate that super chat, and I really appreciate you supporting the stream. And last one for now from our friend Philo again says, Justin, I assume you're wearing asbestos skivvies. I'm not, friend. Parker, thank you for the star map. I really appreciate that. And we're going to get our next guest in here. Looks like it's going to be Default from the TikTok queue, and then we'll do JAT from the YouTube queue after that. Try to get Default into our guest box. Looks like they're connecting still. Hamburglar, thank you for the birdies. Great to see you, Seth. Big W, Seth. Maybe they're going to connect. I think Default might be on dial-up still. I'm amazed by the amount of people that like live in the first world that have like bad connections and no Wi-Fi. I don't know, and a lot of them live in like normal states. Like they're not.
I
like
feel attacked, Justin.
They're not in the hills of West Virginia or anything. Like where do they live that they have no reception? It could be the carrier. I apologize. It could be that their carrier just stinks. That's certainly real. All right, let's grab a JAT and bring JAT into our discussion. Is it Jatmiko? Jatmiko?
Yes. Sorry about last time.
It's okay. So what would you prefer to be called? Is Miko your name?
If that easy for you, yes. Sure. Please call
Okay.
Miko.
Can everyone hear Miko?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. Miko, are you at least 18 and do you believe in some kind of God?
Yes, I am 32 and I'm Muslim.
Oh, you're Muslim. Cool. And
Yes.
what, in your estimation, is the most compelling evidence or argument for the Muslim God being real?
Okay. First thing first, when I learn about the argument of God, when nothing cannot bring something, I think God. I'm sorry. I think that argument still, because nothing cannot bring something. Even nothing never exists. So there must be something out there creating this universe. And then when did the creator of the universe communicate to us, uh, there's a claim. Some man claims that God gave them a revelation or message. So when I try to analyze the claim and then come to Islam is the most logical for me. I
I
think
don't. I don't think anything you said ends in Islam, but it doesn't even end in like a deistic God. So your argument is premise number one: nothing can't produce something, or you would say you can't get something from nothing. I think most people could agree with that. I actually don't know if that premise is true, because if there's absolutely nothing, that means there are no like principles of physics that prevent something from not coming from nothing. But even if we grant it, premise number two is that there is in fact something, right? So if you can't get something from nothing and there is in fact something, then the only logical conclusion is that there was never nothing.
yes,
Right.
I
So
can
something.
I
what's
can
that,
help out
Snitch?
with this one.
Mm-hmm.
I can help out with this one. So, the entire argument of science is not that there was nothing at some point. The argument of science is that something always existed, that
Mm-hmm.
there was an infinite regress of like contractions and expansions. And then even when we talk about life, that didn't necessarily come from nothing either. There's plenty of experiments, the Miller and Urey experiments, which suggest that natural biological molecules that make life can be generated spontaneously through natural chemical reactions that occur. Because in reality, the building blocks that make you and me are extremely simple, and they can pretty much come into existence through natural means.
Miko?
Hello. Yes. Uh, that is nothing. That is not nothing. The nothing I can the definition of nothing is there's no energy, there's no power, no
Right, but
potential.
but
That is the
I don't
nothing
know if
God.
you I don't know if you followed though. We don't believe there was ever nothing.
Yes,
Why
there
would we
must be
believe there was
something.
ever nothing?
Mm, no.
No what?
Uh, so make so the conclusion should be there's something create this universe.
No, no, no. We're saying
That's what the
there was never not something. There's no need for it to be created. It never didn't
no
exist.
Jadmiko, do you have
no.
any evidence? Jadmiko, do you have any evidence that there was ever nothing like prior to the universe?
No,
Right.
I don't have evidence for it.
That's the point we're making. We have no reason to believe that there was ever nothing, right? Like you're suggesting that we need to posit the God because the God gets you from nothing to something, but why would we believe there was ever nothing in the first place?
I believe God is uncause, so nothing this
So
is
what?
never a potential for something to come. So there's no way nothing ever
But
exists.
we'll try this
Oh,
again. We don't believe there was ever nothing. You keep making an argument
yes.
that we're not making. It's not
Okay.
our
Sorry,
position
sorry.
that nothing gave rise to something. Our position is that there
Yes.
was always something, and that something is natural.
Mm, I don't think so
Why not?
because
What's the evidence
when
that
I
all of the universe once didn't exist?
okay, when I know the argument of God is first, if there's the creator of this universe must be powerful.
No, oh, no,
So
try. You're in the wrong argument.
okay,
You've already assumed that there is a creation and that you need a creator for. Well, no one's asking you for the properties of the creator. We're asking, why do we need to posit a creator in the first place? What does the creator do?
Okay. One of the quality of creator is a will. Just from natural world, there's no will for anything to move or create something.
What,
So
what do you mean
one
by
of the create.
create? We don't believe that there was a creation event. Everything that is in existence has been in existence for all of eternity in some form or shape. Like even if it was just at one point a quantum field.
No.
If energy can't be created nor destroyed, then why would I believe that it just didn't exist at one time and that like a sky fairy who called a prophet to marry a 6-year-old poofed it into existence?
Okay. For me, from Islamic perspective, I can tell you the. Okay. Oh, can you please repeat please one again?
So
Why?
what?
Can you please the argument? Repeat the argument.
Yeah, you're trying to run a God of the gaps argument, and you're trying to put God in a gap that we haven't actually demonstrated existed. We don't know that that gap needs filled yet, right? So you're trying to shove God into a non-existent gap, and the God that you're positing to fill the non-existent gap is the silliest God in all of creation. He enables his prophet to do silly things like split the moon in two, but not feed starving children. And he also, for some reason, allows his prophet to diddle children, which I don't know about you. It's hard for me to imagine that there's a God out there that think it's okay to diddle children.
Okay. First, from the good argument, from my human experience, there's nothing begin to exist is without a cause. So maybe there
We
there's,
we
there
don't
must be
believe
something
anything
causing.
began to exist. You keep going back to this idea that we believe there was a creation event. We don't believe that. We have no belief that the universe began to exist.
Yeah, there's just an infinite number of causes.
Like I know that like this like you came in with like the Kalam script. We get it. We know the Kalam script, right? But the Kalam script doesn't work here until you can demonstrate that there was a creation event, that there was a first point. Are you driving? Why are so many people driving?
No. No. Okay. No. I will.
That
Okay.
explains why he's not tracking. Okay. All right,
Maybe
listen,
my.
Miko.
Okay. Sorry.
You're a nice young man, but this conversation isn't going to go anywhere because you're not listening because you're driving. And you heard me say earlier that you don't get to drive in live. Those are the rules, my friend. But thank you for being here. Appreciate that. And friends, the dollar amount we needed to get the ghost pepper was $29.36. Last I've got loaded up, we're at $36.17 on the fundraiser. Thank you so much for everyone who got to our first ghost pepper goal. If we get another $1,000 after the ghost pepper goal, I'll do another full shot to the brim of ghost pepper. Here it is. By the way, this sucks. I have a good tolerance for heat. Just know that even with my insane 40 years of tolerating hot food, I'm not enjoying this one.
Are we all sadists? Is that what's happening?
A little bit. Yeah. That
one's hot. Okay, here's the thing. I know you're going to take another one after 1,000 more bucks. Will you continue to take shots for every $1,000 added?
Every $1,000 on top of our goal, I'll do another ghost pepper shot.
You guys heard him. Get on it.
Fuck. Tomorrow's going to suck. I'm going to eat a whole loaf of bread tonight.
Y'all got to empty out y'all's savings right now. All right.
Okay, it's warm. Hey, it's heating up in here. My legs are sweating. Having a good time.
Oh, he needs some milk.
Milk will curdle eventually. Hank, thank you for the super chat. Says trust in Doug, and he will take you on all your capsaicins. I do appreciate that, by the way. That's a good use of word. Fuck, that's hot. Okay, that burns. That's a hot one. That's a hot one. Steve, thank you for the $10. Says Doug, bless you for your fundraising. Thank you so much, Steve. I really appreciate that. And for those who are just coming in, we're doing a charity challenge for our friend. There are links in the description of the video. For our friend Cass Engine, he's he's disabled. He can't get disability yet. His partner lost their job. They've got 5 kids. They're on the edge of losing their vehicle, their only vehicle on their house. It's a bad situation. When I heard about it, we put together a fundraiser and we're doing everything we can to help. So link in the description, also on the screen. And I'm taking hot sauce shots when we reach our milestones, and it burns. The Simon podcast says, don't miss the part where after he prayed for healing for you and it didn't work, he then proceeded to tell you why it was your fault. Typical toxic Christianity. Yes, that's the point. When it doesn't work, you have to blame the person, right? They have to degrade people when Jesus's promises don't work. That's how toxic the religion is.
I cannot tell you how many times growing up in like a charismatic church, whenever I didn't receive healing or I could not speak in tongues, how I felt like for some reason I had done something wrong, which is so toxic.
But that's what you have to do, right? It's like abuse victims so often blame themselves, right? Because they feel like that's their mechanism of control. The same abuse pattern happens in the church. When people get hurt or when God doesn't do what he promised, they blame themselves as a defense mechanism to maintain control. Philo says, Republican Jesus says universal health care is communism. Isn't that crazy? Jesus says, if you want to be perfect, sell all that you have and give it to the poor. And the Christians there, like, fucking poor people, let's execute them.
Justin, have you seen that video? Have you ever seen that video of like the Republican version of Jesus?
Yeah, I have. It's wild. Carlos, thank you so much for sending out 50 Deconstruction Zone gifted memberships. That is huge, 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 my friend. I super appreciate that. And Carlos also with a 400 MX. Thank you so much. Says, hey, Justin, so brave doing the hot sauce challenge. Get some boneless wings to enjoy. Salute. Listen, here's what I contemplated doing some boneless wings. And here's what I can tell you, though. I've had enough wings and hot sauce to know that the grease from the hot sauce will make me throw up. So I can only, if I'm going to be doing this hot sauce challenge tonight, it's just going to be bread. And maybe I'll go downstairs and get my Greek yogurt. If I have anything with grease, it's going to mix with that hot sauce. It's going to ruin me. But trust me, I've done the like get your picture on the wall hot wing challenge at like most of the hot wing places, so I can get my picture on the wall. And it's tough. Like it's hard. I never threw up other than at one location. I won't give their name out because I don't want people to think that was their fault. It was in Indiana. It wasn't their fault. But I know that it is a possibility now that it happened. I think it's just because sometimes they're greasier than other places, you know?
Whatever the hottest hot sauce is on the what's that show called with the chicken? And you eat them, hot ones, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever the hottest hot sauce is, you have to buy that. So next time you do this challenge, you can try that one.
I'll do it, or I'll buy an extract. Canbest, thank you for the $100 Canadian super chat. That's huge, my friend. I super appreciate that. Canbest says, cheap Canadian funds from the Great White North. We know how to help. I know. If anyone knows hospitality, it's the Canadians. I've been in and out of Canada my entire life, and I absolutely love Canada. Thank you so much for supporting, and for the $50 Canadian super chat as well. To follow up, says, don't you dare use any of the funds for TP, wipes, or butt bandages. I'll just sit in the bathtub all day tomorrow in cold water. Cold water for you, Canbest. Oh my goodness. All right, let me get our next guest in here. I think Frey's been waiting the longest. Let me get Frey pulled in from our YouTube queue, and then we'll get some conversation rolling. How you doing, Frey? Can you hear me?
I'm good. How are you?
Good, good. How are you?
I'm good. Already
Frey,
told you.
sorry. Are you at least
Oh, no.
18, and do you believe in God?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm 32, and yeah, it's hard to define God to start with, but yeah, I guess I believe in God.
Okay. And is it a particular God, like a Christian God or a Muslim God or Hindu gods?
No, it's not. It's not like bound to concepts like that. It's not a conceptual God like that.
But by the way, friends, I'm gonna slam the whole bottle of ghost pepper tonight. So you believe in maybe a deistic God?
A what?
A deistic God?
Deistic. I don't know what that means. English is not my native language. Well,
Well, we'll try a different route then. Can you give me a description of your God? What's your God like?
I like the words in the Bible where God is described as the I am that I am.
But you don't believe in the Bible God?
No, because there are also many descriptions there that don't make sense to me. But yeah, there are some useful descriptions in the Bible.
Okay. So does your God have a name?
No.
Do you know anything about this God?
I think that's if you think about the meaning of the words "I am that I am." It's only I was thinking about like how can I even comprehend these words without forming a picture of it. At least that's how I understand things. Like all things in life that I understand are through forming a mental representation of it.
Right,
And
but I
trying
asked you, can
to
you tell me anything about your God? Do you know anything about it? Can you describe it in any way?
yeah that's that I was sorry, I was answering your question. Like if you think of the meaning of the words I am that I am, you in order to understand these words, you will have to go into the experience of these words.
I don't
So
think I don't think there's
you
anything
have to.
too deep. I don't think there's anything
Sorry.
too deep about the phrase "I am that I am." I think it's just God being a smartass with Moses. There's nothing really all that deep about them. They're very simple words. I will
What do you
be
think
what
that
I
they
will
mean
be.
then? What do you
Well, I
think they
mean,
mean then?
Moses asked God what his name was, and he said, "I will be what I will be," or "I
Right.
am what I am." It's
Eh,
just like
Yeah.
it's just him avoiding the question.
In other words, it's don't worry about
Okay,
it.
that's your interpretation then. But there,
Right. But I don't think that answer,
do you think
Frey, I don't know
do you
if
think
that
that
response though gets us, even if your interpretation of your response is true, it doesn't get us any closer to answering the question, which is,
I'm not saying that it's
can you
true. I'm just
can you
saying
tell
that
me
if you want to
anything about
if
your
you want to
God? Can you
understand
describe
God,
any of the characteristics of your God? Like, is your God all knowing? Is it loving? Is it caring? Is it a creator? What do you know about the God
yeah,
that you can tell us?
I wanted to answer that question with by illustrating this through these words of I am that I am. Because if you go into the meaning of those words, which means that you have to go to literally experience I am that I am, you have to experience that you are just that you are, which is a very abstract kind of experience.
Are you?
And I think that is it. So
Are you?
you cannot really. Sorry.
Are you?
Yeah, it's constantly that we are,
Okay,
even
so
if we forget. But
we am that we am too.
so
So that doesn't get us anywhere. I'm asking for the particulars about your God. If your God is I am that I am,
but
and it's also true that I am that I am, then
what do
all
you
you've
mean
told
it
me so
doesn't
far
get?
is that I'm identical to your God. So I need something better than I am that I am.
You are identical to my God, but not
Oh, for
as
fuck's sake.
in you are not you.
I'll take
It's
your
not
tithes and
like
worships now then.
you know what?
So
All hail Justin.
to be sure, you don't have to pray 5 times a day. I've reduced it to 3. You need to turn towards the mistake on the lake in Cleveland, Ohio, and pray 3 times a day for the Browns to win. That is proper worship in my cult.
Not the mistake on the lake.
What's your point with saying this?
My point is
You said
you
your God
haven't.
was identical to Justin.
Right.
Yeah, but how do you define yourself? If you define yourself in that same abstract way as I am that I am, like not an identification with your circumstances or your physical body even,
In the beginning, it's
then
quite simple. Right, it's quite simple.
then
It's in the beginning was Justin, and Justin was with Doug, and Doug was Justin.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but when you say Justin, you have a concept in your mind of what that means. You think of all his, I don't know, his aspects is that you think of a body that has been born and will die at a certain age, and that's not what I think. That's not what I mean when I say that Justin is God. I don't think that of God as like I started this explanation. I don't think of it as a concept.
Okay, so
I
Fred,
think,
it sounds
but
like you're an atheist.
I don't think it's
Just
abstract. I think it's you
sometimes
can.
being honest with yourself is the first step to recovery, right? So just with your own lips, just say, I don't believe in a God that created all things.
Why?
Because if I'm identical to your God and I didn't create all things, it means you don't believe in a God that created all things. So we'll start from there. Say, I, Frey, repent of the goofy idea that there's a God that created all things.
I don't see the point in that, and I don't see how.
I know.
If I don't say that,
Listen,
how I
Frey, I think you're
contradict myself.
confused. If your God is identical to me and I'm not God, you don't have a God. That's the point of the argument. I'm sure that speaking to somebody in your second language is difficult, which is why this conversation is so painful. And I'm sure you're delightful at Thanksgiving dinner, but I've got to move on to somebody else, okay?
I don't think you.
That guy does not believe in God. At best, some goofy collective consciousness. Scientific, what were you trying to say there?
I was just about to say, like, does he want us to like talk about like what cells were made out of or something? Like, what was his point?
I don't think he had a point. I think he was on the woo-woo train, if I had to guess. It sounded like that, right?
His point is what his point is.
Right. Very existential.
Indeed. All right, let me grab just a couple of soup. Yep. Mm-hmm.
I only came back up because I lost signal before, but I also want to say thank you for letting me hang out. I unfortunately have to go, but I do appreciate you all so very much.
I love you, Dougal. Thanks for coming and hanging out with us.
Appreciate you, buddy. Love you too.
See you, buddy. W. Dugald, make sure you're following my friends. Make sure, I'm going to read a couple of super chats. Make sure while I'm doing that, you're following Dalton and Scientific Snitch. And we'll get our next guest loaded up here after I take a giant shot full of ghost pepper hot sauce.
I did not think you were going to say shot.
House 70 says, whoa, this DZ episode is getting hot. Indeed. Indeed it is. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. And Phil O again with the super chat says, Justin, you dial 91 and then when you pass out, I'll dial 1. Hey, I appreciate that. That's like the footsteps in the sand, but 911 edition. That's so sweet. I appreciate that. And BK says liar. Well, BK, I appreciate the $9.99, but I don't know who the liar is that you're referring to. This is where in the English language antecedents are important, right? Because if you don't provide the antecedent, it's hard for us to know what you're referring to. But we love you anyways. And Steve, thank you for the super chat. Says favorite hot sauce name is Satan's Blood. It's not bad. I've had that. I also enjoy Satan's Crotch. That was another good satanic hot sauce. It's real. You can buy it. That one's pretty good. There's a bunch of good hot sauces on the market. I don't know. It's hard to keep track. And Martin, thank you. Was that
Sorry,
scientific?
I just wanted to ask, have you ever gone to like a hot sauce tasting? You're talking about it like wine.
Yeah, I've had a lot of hot
Right.
sauces. I've had a
You can
lot.
really taste the oakiness to the hot sauce.
I will say this though, like, the hot sauce compared to the raw pepper are not the same thing. So, for example, I've had like real ghost pepper, and it's always hotter than ghost pepper sauce. That being said, the only thing that came close to consuming real ghost pepper that wasn't real ghost pepper was the ghost pepper chip challenge. That was pretty close to consuming a real ghost pepper. That was hard. I ate half the chip, and then I was like, you know what? I don't want it that bad. Like, I didn't have the motivation. I'm like, I don't think I'm going to finish the whole chip. So I only had half of it. But if I was doing this challenge and I had the chip, I would have found the power of Doug within myself for the community to finish the chip. But I got to tell you, that chip is hotter than this hot sauce that I'm consuming right now. Martin, thank you for the super chat. Big W says God couldn't be bothered to explain the basics about the universe, but he happily gave shitty advice on skin disease treatment. That's the best evidence that the book has written by clueless people and is not the word of God. I know. And the fact that he didn't warn us about germs? What an asshole. How could you have not told us about germs? That's crazy. That's crazy. All right, I'm going to read one more super chat from our friend Tally, and then I'm going to down this glass of hot sauce and eat some more bread. Tally, thank you so much for the $50 super chat, my friend. I really appreciate that. It says, Justin, buddy, no. You're going to hurt yourself. Your followers will still give even if you don't blow an O-ring. You're right, they would, because these are the best people on the planet.
I'm here for a show.
Tally, I really appreciate that. Are you not entertained, friends? All right, let me grab Tom from our queue. And while Tom's loading, here's the full shot. Fuck me. Okay. Fuck, that's hot. Burns in the back.
I just wanted to bring this up because you just talked about germs. There's also a 240 million year old osteosarcoma bone, which is basically a bone cancer from a turtle.
Yeah, and there's turtles and dinosaurs, right?
Yep, turtles, dinosaurs, and there's even evidence of cancer in trees.
Fuck. Cancer's a son of a bitch, isn't it?
Yep.
The craziest apologetics I've ever heard to try to explain that away is that when Adam sinned and that God cursed him, that curse rippled like forwards and backwards in time retroactively.
How does that work?
I don't know. God magic.
God, man, that ghost pepper burns in the back of the throat. Okay, let's get that guest dropped out. We're gonna get critic. 1 second. Woo, damn. Ah, man. Okay. The tongue, man. The tongue is on fire right now. Welcome in, critic. Critic? And I got these more bread.
Or is it Sitrit?
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Oh my gosh, I thought you guys were talking about somebody else. I didn't realize. Hi.
You're in Sit.
It's Citrit. It's just like a play on like citrus, I suppose. Not really anything else.
Fair enough. Give me 1 second to turn your microphone up because you're really, really quiet.
Oh.
Okay, let's see if that's better. Can you guys hear Sit now?
Hello.
Yep, I can hear him.
I can hear.
Nice.
Yeah, my
Yeah.
nose is starting to run. Whew. All right, Citrit, are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Yes, I'm above 18 and I am a deist.
You're a deist. Fantastic. Do you believe that your God existed among all things or created all things?
If I could, can I like give my small preamble? I promise it'll be short.
Yeah, but you've got to find a way to get closer to the microphone. We can barely hear you.
Yes. Okay. I'll try to like speak louder.
Right.
Okay. So here's like the preamble I've sort of prepared. In no uncertain terms, I believe in an omniscient, omnipotent, and omnibenevolent God. I don't believe in any like specific characteristics that may have been ascribed to God. So, i.e., anybody who claims to know the mind of God or the commands of God beyond like quite abstract notions, I find to be highly suspect. To be clear, I don't think the God of the Abrahamic faith are real. I'm quite suspicious of any characteristics that seem quite contrived, right? Like specific commands, gender, etc. However, I do believe that an omniscient, omnipotent, and omnibenevolent God exists. I believe in specific other characteristics that we can like derive from those first principles. But I think like first I'm going to try and like prove from first principles these three characteristics of God. Yeah.
Well, I think before you can prove the characteristics of God, you would have to prove that God exists first, right?
Yes. But like I would have to prove. Well, I'm going to try and prove that an omniscient being exists. However, you might conceptualize that through a number of arguments. But by the way, I want to like sort of like put out sort of a meta framework that I'll be running with, which is I don't have an incredibly high credence in any of these arguments. I don't think that they're like smackdowns on their own. I think that like maybe they give like a 30% chance of working, right? Like I give them like a 30% chance of working. But because I have like more than 4 arguments, I think that like on probability, you ought to think that God exists. Are there any like issues with that?
Well, I would start by suggesting that I don't think giving 4 bad arguments is as good as 1 good argument, but you're welcome to try.
Okay, but like if you imagine playing a game of darts, right? And with every throw you have, there's like a 30% chance it hits like the board. Then you should expect, given 4 shots with the darts, that you would have like that chance. And I think like generally we think about this for like other things, right? Like in science, when you get more evidence for some hypothesis, even if that evidence isn't on its own strong enough to prove the hypothesis, the more evidence you get, the more confident you become in that hypothesis. So I think that like we might conceptualize God as a sort of hypothesis as well. So
Can I
in that
interject?
sense, yes.
Can I interject here? So I'm an actual scientist. I do research for a living. You don't prove hypotheses. So there's things as observations which are considered facts, and then there's also like you could say that it's a fact, like that's like the layman's term, but like in reality, science is not really based on like proof and fact. It's based on hypotheses and evidence and observations, which are a little bit different. So just wanted to clarify there. So you never get to proving a hypothesis. You just get to accepting or rejecting it.
So the falsification theory proposed by Popper. I have some issues with that conceptualization of the philosophy of science. I think that's fine, but the point isn't that necessarily we do this in science. The point is just to illustrate that this is like a sort of reasonable principle to work off, which is like even if none of these arguments are individually like smack down, if they're somewhat plausible or if they seem somewhat like like they might work, given enough of these arguments that might work, you might think that God exists, or that it might be like somewhat reasonable to think that God exists.
Yeah, I don't know if I would agree with that framework, but
you know what?
You're
it's
welcome.
Fine. We can move
I mean,
on. I'll just go to the meat and potatoes. That's sort
You're-
of like
yeah, you're welcome.
Does your,
Uh-huh.
I was gonna say, Sid, does your God have the omni properties?
Yes, all 3 omni properties.
So it's all knowing, all good,
Yes.
all present, all powerful.
Yes.
All right. How do you deal with the fact? Okay, so your God, does your God know how to bring about like, why is there suffering in the world?
Right. So I think this is quite interesting, but I think there are a number of solutions to it. I'm probably going to propose some quite crackpot theories that might sound like to the average layman, but because
Yeah,
the
let's just
reason
start
these
with
might
one.
sound quite crazy.
Oh, so before we get too far into it, because of the many demands of our audience, I have a Philbro argument timer The reason why I'm doing this is because the philosophy friends out here that join the live stream like to use a bunch of insider jargon, and then we have to bog down
Oh,
the chat.
I'll try not to. I'll try
So,
to like.
well, my only point is this. You're welcome to use whatever insider jargon you think helps you, but every time I stop you to explain it, because it's like jargon that normal people wouldn't know, you're just losing time on the clock for your argument.
Right. I won't do that. Okay. I guess we'll just go straight into it then. Maybe like no more preamble. First argument. I'm going to go straight into it. So you should think that your existence is more likely if there exist more people in the world. An illustrative example is you're more likely to be born in India than you are to be born as like Taylor Swift. So like another like example of this might be, like let's say somebody flips a coin, right? And if it lands on heads, you're put to sleep in this hypothetical. If it lands on heads, you'll get woken up 3 times. If it lands on tails, you'll get woken up once. If you get woken up, you should think that it is more likely than not that the coin landed on heads, because you'll get waken up 3 times if it does land on heads, but only once if it lands on tails. You should also also one more thing, you'll lose your memory each time after you wake up, just for the sake of the hypothetical. But the point is, your own existence is more likely if there exists more people in the world.
I mean, based on birth rates, that is just like trivially true. The more people that exist, the more people are going to get produced. Premise number 1 I have down as you're more likely to be part of many than few.
Yes. Okay. Great. Second argument.
But
second premise.
I don't know if that's I don't know if that's a good universal principle, though.
We can debate the specifics. I
because,
get the argument out
for
first,
example, if you believe that there was a first human couple, like there was like an Adam and an Eve, you're saying it's less likely that they had a child than it is likely that somebody is born in India.
I actually have an argument for that. Give me just like a little bit of, right. Actually, my response to this is there exist countable and uncountable infinities, right? Larger and smaller infinities. If you think about, do you know like the set of natural numbers? Like 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
You mean what we call numbers?
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And there's also the set of like all even numbers, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, etc. Those 2 sets are actually equal in number, because you can match up each one to each, like, you can match up the 1 to the 2, the 2 to the 3, the 2 to the 2, sorry, the 3 to the 4, etc., etc. And so, because, like, the 2 sets can each find a pair in the other set, the 2 sets are equally large in size. Those 2 infinities are the same amount, yes? This is just...
I think that, again, it's trivially true that 2 infinities are the same size, yeah.
No. There's actually larger and smaller infinities. They're uncountable and countable infinities.
I agree. The 2 that you described.
Yes. The 2 that I described are equally the same size. Even though it might seem as though the other one is like larger, right? Because like 2, 4, 6, 8. That's like, all of them are, like it seems like it's larger or it's smaller, but they're actually the same size. So too, if you think that, like, for example, there's another universe, right? Or that there are infinite universes, and in each of those universes there was like an Adam and Eve. There are an infinite number of Adam and Eves, but there are also an infinite number of people in India. Well, like, across the multiverse, across like the universes. But those 2 numbers of individuals, those 2 sets of individuals,
do you believe in
in
infinite universes?
I'm using it as an illustrative example. Sorry.
Right, but
by the way,
I'm assuming that the example only works if you believe in infinite universes.
No, it doesn't work if you. It doesn't only work if you believe that there are infinite universes. The point is that there could be, in principle, even though like you said the thing about Adam and Eve, like having a child, the child should think that they're less likely to be born. I think that's not true, because I think that there exists an uncountably infinite number of that child, of that identical child, in that therefore you should think. That like it is not less likely for that child to exist than any other individual. Sorry if that's one more
I agree.
thing.
I
just
think
to sort of like finalize this argument, the uncountable infinity is larger than the countable infinity. Yes, the multiverse argument, which a lot of atheists say to counter the fine tuning and whatnot, only works with a countable infinity. To my understanding, sorry, I'm only like a few months into this material, but I just find it very interesting. It's been my fixation for the past few months.
I'm just. Is this still like addressing the question of how does suffering occur
Yes.
if your God has
So,
the omni
like,
properties.
sorry. No, this isn't. Sorry, I got because I got. Isn't there a timer? Am I being
Just go
timed? I'm
to
sorry.
the. Can we just go to the what the problem of evil, and also like I'm just curious. Do you
The
even
answer
believe
is
in evolution,
reincarnation in a
bro?
word. Sorry.
Do you
The
believe in
answer is
evolution?
reincarnation. Well, I think it is one plausible hypothesis. If you're given two things, right, and you think, like for example, the miracles, right, like the divine miracles of Fatima, Our Lady of
Wait,
Fatima,
I don't think
it
that
seems pretty
solves the
crazy.
problem of evil, though.
I'm giving another analogy to explain
Reincarnation
why
doesn't
these.
solve the problem of evil.
Oh, but it does,
Reincarnation
right?
doesn't
Like a
solve,
lot of the
but it
arguments
doesn't.
about the problem of evil is that, like, a
Can
deer
I ask
dies in
you a
the woods,
question?
it breaks its leg. Go for
No,
it. Sorry.
no, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the child who dies from cancer versus the really
Yeah.
good elderly woman who lives a really fulfilling life, is all good and really nice. And so those two people, they experience the same kind of reincarnation. They're experiencing the same kind of benefit, yet one of them had a significantly shorter life, which is technically still the problem of evil. You have one thing that happened very horrible. That person had a significantly shorter life than another person. They're reincarnated. Now what?
Okay,
How do
so
you
I have two
equalize that?
responses to this. The first thing is that there exist possible counter hypotheses, right? So if I were to posit reincarnation, let's say that I don't know, you were very terrible, like oh god, no, I can't get
Can we
like
just use the
like you were very
example?
terrible in a past life. Then you are reincarnated into a new life as sort of a karmic retribution, or barring that, right? Like maybe
Just
you
use
learned
the
some sort of
example I gave.
metaphysical lesson. Sorry, what?
Can we just use the example I gave?
Yeah, like the child who dies of leukemia, right?
The child who
In
dies
that
of leukemia compared to the person who dies a very good and fulfilling life. They live a very good life. They're not evil. They're perfectly fine. How is that fair?
well, it's possibly solved by reincarnation, yes, because
Not
if it is the
possibly fair.
case,
I
I'm
don't.
not
It's not
claiming
even.
plausibly solved,
It's.
only possibly
It,
solved, which is an extremely low bar.
But I don't agree with you. That's unfair. One person lived an extremely longer life. The other person lived an extremely short life for no good
Well,
reason.
consider
So how are you
if
solving
they
it?
lived lives. If they consider if they lived lives longer than the life that we see
The
them
child with
experience,
leukemia who
right?
dies at 4 doesn't live a long life.
Yeah, but imagine they lived a past life before that, or a life after that, right?
And they
Like
can't remember that. How is that good?
well,
How
perhaps
is that
I could
fair if they
posit a
can't remember
number
it?
of like theories. Well, maybe
How
there's
is it
a
fair if they can't remember it?
this
well,
is
maybe
far
they
too many perhapses for my liking. I mean, we've already
yeah,
discussed
of course
multiverse. Now
this
we're
is a lot of
discussing,
perhapses.
and,
Of
and
course this is
now
a
we're
lot
talking
of
about
perhapses.
So
No,
in order to
I feel
demonstrate
like you
this
guys are
deity
very quick to assume that these arguments, which have literally like thousands of words behind them, are so easily dismissed. Like, I'm
Sid,
happy to
the
grant
problem
that a lot of
is
your objections
if
might work, but I
if
think that your
if
objections
you're
are very naive
Sid,
Wait,
versions of
how?
Sid,
actual
Oh my
arguments that
Sid,
goodness.
work or might actually work
Sid,
Sir,
against the arguments I'm positing.
sir,
Jesus
how is
Christ.
it fair? How is it fair if one person lives a short life and they can't even remember the longer life they lived?
Before I was unfairly cut off by your friend over there, I was about to say that there might exist some sort
Bruh.
of what? Like, okay, muscle memory, right? You can
Can
like
you answer
have
the question?
unconscious. Yeah, they do remember, okay?
But
Maybe
they
they do
don't
remember.
remember. I don't remember a past life. You don't
Well,
remember a past
certainly,
life.
well,
Nobody on
certainly,
this
well, you
panel
can
remembers
certainly
a
be
past life.
affected, and you can well, people have like childhood trauma often, even if they don't remember the exact catalysts of said trauma, right? You can still have
Okay,
impressions
can
on
you
your
demonstrate
surrounding
the
experience.
can you demonstrate the existence of reincarnation at all? Otherwise, you
Yes,
just cannot introduce it
because
as evidence for your God if you don't have evidence for it in the first place.
no, it is not evidence. Again, it is a solution, a possible, not a plausible solution on its own.
It's a,
Possibility
I
is
don't care.
meaningless. We're not talking about what's
We
possible. We're talking about what's plausible. Keep in mind, this
Yes,
is
no,
an
because the other
argument
arguments I'm
in
about to give
favor
you,
of
the
why
other
your
arguments
God
regarding
is
okay,
plausible, not in favor of why your God is possible. I mean, it's possible
you've
that
already
we're all
accepted the
here
two premises,
because
which make
just
the
and just so
anthropic
you know,
argument work.
just so you know, Citric, no one can hear you when you talk over me.
Sorry.
Like your volume's going to be lower than mine. You're welcome to do it. You can waste all the breath you want talking while I'm talking. I don't mind. It happens all the time. All I can tell you is that no one's going to hear you. So we're here trying to figure out what would be the plausibility of your God, not the possibility. Because, like, theoretically, in an infinite universe, anything is possible. It's possible that we're only here because of the life-granting unicorn, right? So just saying that something's possible is kind of a meaningless argument. I want to know what makes your God plausible, not possible.
Yeah, but what I'm talking... Okay, look. There's an article I read about Our Lady of Fatima, right? It's
You're not
about this
Catholic.
Catholic miracle. Apparently, I don't believe in Catholicism again, but it's has a lot of like almost it's quite like, you know, you have to posit a number of hallucinations, a number of like word of mouth or whatever among the individuals for you to explain it with a naturalistic solution, which is the one that I sort of hold.
Yes,
But
mass religious
this might
hysteria
seem like
is
a
a real
highly
phenomenon.
implausible view. This might seem like a highly implausible explanation for the Our Lady of Fatima miracle.
Do you think it happened?
But it is less implausible. It is less implausible than the fact that, you know, the laws of thermodynamics were overturned, and because you have a higher credence in the laws of thermodynamics.
What the fuck does
you
the
would
laws of
say-
thermodynamics have to do with Fatima?
with Fatima?
You brought it up,
that
not me.
The miracle doesn't exist. So, like,
Yeah,
look,
I agree. Yeah, the miracle at Fatima is not likely to exist, being that it would break the laws of physics. And as it turns out,
exactly.
the laws
And
of
that is my
physics
point, right?
seem to
Which is
be
that
the
if
most
there
probable
exist other
things.
arguments-
So, and
Right,
again,
like, if I
and
believe-
again, critic,
look,
I don't know why
I
you're talking
understand.
while I'm talking. No one can hear you talking. All you're doing is wasting what little time you have left on your clock. Okay, so if you believe that the Fatima miracle was like a religious mass hallucination, we agree with you. We are gonna, if we have to decide between a religious phenomenon that's unverifiable and the laws of nature doing what the laws of nature always do, we're gonna
Right.
pick the latter.
Yeah, exactly. And so too with me. If I have to pick between, you know, like the problem of evil, and I have to pick between the argument that I gave with the two premises about, you know, your existence being more likely if there are more individuals, then I'm going to pick the latter. And with the same reasoning you just laid
Give a
out
reason
with
for
the
it to be
laws of thermodynamics
plausible.
and the divine.
But you
miracle of
didn't give
Fatima.
it a reason to be plausible at all. In fact, you didn't even answer my question when I was asking you, how is it fair?
I tried to answer with
But you
reincarnation
didn't.
number of epicycles, and I recognize them to be
Nobody heard an
epicycles. I
answer to that
recognize the
question,
prior
to be clear.
implausibility. Sorry, what?
Nobody heard an answer to the question. Like, so it seems entailed that if you have an omnibenevolent creator, that there's going to be some level of fairness and justice, right?
Yeah, but you also
Okay.
like understand
And
that
so-
there exists some amounts of pain, some types of pain which are justifiable, or some types of pain that are like, you know.
Childhood
like,
leukemia
sure,
isn't
remote.
justifiable.
That's what
No,
we're
I understand,
asking.
which is why-
Childhood
which is why I
leukemia.
posited-
What justifies
posited
childhood
the potential-
leukemia?
What about
I'm trying to answer,
Huntington's,
but
where
you
the
keep cutting me
child
off.
literally paralyzes?
Yes, I know about these things, and I keep trying to answer, and you keep cutting me off, and I keep trying to
So
answer
you think
with the
Huntington's is
possibility of
justifiable?
reincarnation. And so too, no, oh my god. Okay, the point is, right, that even with the like Fatima thing, right, because there's these two competing things, contradictory things, and both of which are highly implausible. Well, like one of which is quite plausible, and like one answer. Like
Huntington's
remember when
is
you-
very plausible. It's an autosomal dominant disorder.
Yes, I understand. I took grade 11 biology as well. I understand sex-linked autosomal. Anyways.
So you know what Huntington's is?
Yes, it's the one where like.
All
you know,
right. So then,
highly
what's your
inheritable-
justification for it?
Again, I keep trying to answer with reincarnation, and you say it's very implausible. So I'm trying to explain why.
No, I'm saying
it
it's
might
not
be more
fair.
plausible.
I'm saying it's not fair.
Yeah, scientific never said a word about plausibility.
Yes, but I'm okay. The other friend of yours who kept berating me for interrupting, said that my explanation had a lot of mayhapses and a lot of perhapses and a lot of like stipulations and seemed
Yes,
you know,
because
implied to be very
you're proposing reincarnation as a sort of solution, but yet you've yet to demonstrate that reincarnation is a real thing. Like reincarnation is not even a possible answer for the problem of evil until you can demonstrate that
Well-
reincarnation is real.
So
No,
first of all,
but you
I
said
agree. Hold on. First of all, I agree with Dalton, but I think that's the next phase in our discussion. I think the first phase we should attack Ella's point, and then we can attack whether or not it even happens, because we have no reason to believe that it happens, right? So in the first point, right, well, how does reincarnation somehow justify babies dying from any number of horrific diseases, Leishmanium, Huntington's, bone cancer, what have you?
First, I would like to try and first and say, because I feel as though I might call upon some sort of moral hazard upon myself if I do not preface with this. I have taken the Giving What We Can pledge. I donate around 10% of my income to charity every single year to like the Malaria Consortium in specific.
But
Which
that
is
wouldn't be
very,
necessary if your God was all good. You're better than your God. We're talking about why
well,
an all good
the
God
reason.
would
Okay, I would
create
like to clarify one
human
more thing, which is I
beings
don't have a
in a
100%
particular
credence.
way in which they would get childhood leukemia.
One more thing I would like to say is I don't have a 100% credence in deism. Sorry, I have like maybe an 80% credence in deism. I have a 20% credence, or I believe I keep using these numbers because they're imperfect, like approximates of like what I like sort of
Like, can you just
feel.
justify
Right?
it? Can you please just answer like
No. Yes, I'm trying to answer the question you just posed to me about why I donate to charity if it's unnecessary with an omnipotent,
I
No one's
benevolent
asking you
God.
that.
donate
Because
to
there's a
charity?
you just said it was. Okay, fine.
I didn't ask you if you donate to charity. I asked you how is reincarnation fair in the face of Huntington's?
Because if you imagine somebody committed a terrible atrocity in their past life and they were reincarnated, maybe that, like, maybe they would get punished for some of that, and then that
Why
might,
would they
like,
deserve that if
maybe,
they can't even remember it?
or maybe they can in some sense, which is not
They
I
can't.
can't
actively
remember my
conscious,
past
but
life.
is of an imprint. Yes, of course, but like, maybe it is some sort
I
of
can't remember my
unconscious
past
mechanism.
life. What did I do in my
I,
past life to give me HEDS, causing me to get 4 surgeries before the age of 20? You
I'm
gonna
not
answer that?
trying to attack your character. I'm very sorry that you have
No, I'm just
such beliefs.
I'm genuinely asking, like, what am I supposed to remember that like made me such a horrible human being that I had to be born with a genetic disorder that screwed my collagen up so that way I needed 4 surgeries? Like, can you
I,
just answer the question?
I feel almost as if I am being accused, which is why I tried to preface with the 20%, 80% thing and
Just
the
tell
charity.
me whether like what makes reincarnation fair. I don't care about anything else. Like, just tell me what makes reincarnation fair.
Well, maybe there's like some sort of imprinting mechanism. Maybe not into conscious memory memorization sort of thing.
Imprinting
But,
on what?
on maybe your unconscious, maybe on like some sort of soul, maybe I don't know. I could posit a number of
No
things.
How
evidence of
can
that in
you
brain.
how can you imprint on immaterial things? You can't imprint the immaterial.
Well, I would
Is the
reject
soul
that
immaterial?
probably. I'm not
I
entirely
mean,
sure
the
on
word
how present
imprint
the soul.
implies a physical existence. So you can't have an imprint on your soul.
Okay, but like maybe you could, like, I don't know, Hicetes, right? Oh, frick. Okay, no. Like, look, it is possible for there to be non-physical imprints. Um, this is
How?
just something that is. What do you
How can
mean
you
how?
imprint on
In
something
any
that
way?
doesn't have any physical existence?
Well, you could imagine it being like, suppose that there are two, like, right? What are you? You are like a pattern across time. Like, the conscious experience is like this sort of pattern thing that is,
A
like sort of
collection
consecutive.
of living cells and bacteria. Probably more
Yeah, yeah.
bacteria than cells.
And let's say like there was a teleporter, right, which would disintegrate you and reconstruct you simultaneously. If it did that, then you would be dying in some very real sense, even if it were to reconstruct your pattern and there would be no indistinguishable difference. Thus, there exist non-physical things, identity markers on like specific patterns or specific like physical matter, probably.
No.
But
This
there
is
is
all
no
I'm
evidence for
trying to
that.
qualify all of this. Yes,
If
but there's also
if
no
my
evidence
body
that
was
mental illnesses
entirely
too.
deconstructed and then reconstructed, it would all be physical.
Yeah, but like if you had Yes, but like in a meaningful sense, you will have died, right? Like in the teleporter instance.
Yeah, but remember, we're talking about immaterial existence right now, and you're describing a
Yes.
physical phenomenon.
Yes, I am describing a physical phenomenon, but I'm describing the physical phenomenon so that you get an intuition for what is not there, for what is not physical, right? Which is that the first instance of you before being teleported and the other instance of you after being teleported are distinct entities, even though there's nothing physically distinct about you to that other second entity, right? So even though there's nothing physical which distinguishes the two of you, it is still the case that you are different individuals, and that establishes something that is non-physical. Some other things that might be
No,
plausibly non-physical.
you literally just described two physical existences. That's it.
Yes, but those
Just
two
to be clear, you
existences-
not in one word that came out of your mouth was something that described a non-physical existence.
Look, if you, I feel like the contemptuous tone with which you bring to this conversation is highly unproductive. These are things that like plenty of people write about, like dedicate their careers to, and I think it is dismissive.
I find your constant making up of solutions to be detrimental to the conversation.
I'm sorry if I had to condense like papers of arguments into 5 minutes, and if I did that imperfectly, but I'm trying to, right? And that I thought maybe that might.
If only we all had a college freshman education in philosophy.
It's kind of pointless when we propose to you a problem with your worldview, and you just seemingly make up an answer that solves your problem.
The reason why I made up the answer to the problem is because I have stronger evidence for the hypothesis, and in order to make that hypothesis,
But you didn't give any of that evidence.
I tried to with the you're more likely to exist without if there exists
But
more
that's
people.
not evidence.
To be clear,
Yes,
I
but it
was
is
still waiting for the
based
answer
on-
to Ella's question, because what you're suggesting is that the baby pays for the sins of the person that they were in their past life, but we have no evidence that
Once more,
babies.
I only have an 80% credence in that.
We have. It doesn't matter what your credence is. We're talking about the logicalness of the argument. The argument is either rational or it's not, right? If the argument's not valid, it's not valid. If it's not sound, it's not sound, right? So what I'm asking is, if it's true that you were a wicked person in your past life, and you're saying the reincarnation is a system of justice whereby in your next life you'll have some level of suffering to pay for your sins in the past life, I don't think this rings true, because that would mean that even the babies that die in utero would have to have some level of suffering that they're paying for, given what they did in their past life. Certainly they're not cognizant or aware of that suffering. Or we can even talk about the children that are born with leukemia and they're gone in week 6. There's no consciousness or awareness really there that's going to really pay for their sins. This is not a sensible system of justice by punishing people in their least cognitive state possible.
Well, I'm pretty sure that oh no, not week 6. Sorry, but I don't think that those fetuses are conscious in any meaningful sense, and thus they cannot have souls, and thus they cannot have had a past or future life, right? They're not.
So what are they reincarnating from then? So if there's a fetus if there's a miscarriage, are you saying that fetus is just a clump of cells that didn't have a past life?
Yeah, it's just a clump of cells. I don't know.
So how does your omni god, how does your 80% tri-omni god decide which fetus is going to get life and which one isn't?
I don't know, dude, but I have other evidences.
I know. Listen, Citric, we got 3 minutes left on the clock. I don't think you've got 3 minutes left of rationality left in you.
No, wait. Can I get those 3 minutes just to speak a little bit on the Fatima and why you yourselves would accept my reasoning?
All right, I'll give you the 325 uninterrupted. Go.
Great. Okay, so the divine mirror.
All right, and moving on. Well, that was fun.
Thank
God. My dumbass
bro,
muted up because I believed you.
Dude, I was so sobbing, dude.
I don't know why you think I was gonna let him do that.
I was like, wow, Justin's so generous. Jesus.
All right, friends, I'm going to grab a couple of super chats and we're going to get Ren into the discussion. Guys, our fundraising campaign is going swimmingly. We're now at, we need another $200 to hit our next ghost pepper plunge, right? So We're almost there. We're like at the precipice of doing it. This is the last of it, by the way. I've emptied the ghost pepper. And I haven't thrown up yet. My stomach is full of ghost pepper at this point. I really appreciate everyone who's donated to the fundraiser. This is for our friend Chaos Engine. If you're in the TikTok community, you know Chaos Engine already, but he's got a family of 7. He's got 5 kids. He's trying to get disability. He was denied. His partner lost their job. They're really in the straits right now. They really need our help. So the GoFundMe page that's linked in the description of both YouTube streams, and it's on the screen on the horizontal stream right now. And just for a brief second, I'll put it on the stream for the vertical. You can take a screenshot, and then I got to take it off because TikTok will ban me. Please, by all means, reach out and do anything you can. You know, $5 goes a long way when there are 3,000 or 4,000 people willing to donate. And I super appreciate the community coming together to help out. And so I've got one more shot of hot sauce that I've got to get down my throat. So I'm going to need y'all to pump this number up, get us past our next threshold. Randy, thank you so much for sending out 10 Deconstruction Zone gifted memberships. I appreciate that. And Cryptic Peptide, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. It says, since you're open to professionals in the audience contributing, I'm an immunology postdoc research fellow. If a denier of Doug spews anti-vax science heresy, I'm down to immunize against ignorance. I love it. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for letting me know. And Ronnie, thank you so much, says, good job, Justin. Is there any credit to the idea that Lilith is in Genesis 1 and Eve in 2 as part of the Jewish understanding of the Old Testament? No. So first of all, Jews don't really believe that. This is developed much, much later in Jewish mysticism. This isn't something that you'll find in the Hebrew Bible. There's only one mention of Lilith in the Hebrew Bible, and I would say it's not as direct as most people would want to think. It's referring to a bunch of desert demons in Isaiah 34:14, 34:15, somewhere in there. And it refers to Lilith possibly as Lilith or possibly as a screech owl. But in the Lilith lore, sometimes she does take the form of a bird. So it's hard to say which they were trying to interpret into that passage.
Yeah, obviously both are Eve.
Yeah, obviously. Yeah, Genesis 1 and 2 are both Eve. It says her name. Well, it doesn't say her name, but it identifies her as the same individual. Bill says, what are the 2 professions that lawyers never put on the witness stand? Engineers and salesmen, because engineers will always tell the truth and salesmen will never tell the truth. Actually, that's true. That is 100% true. Engineers, like half of us are autistic, and I know because I work with them, and I'm partially myself, and my son is more severely than myself. The reality is engineers, we're just so black and white. It's hard for us to... it's hard to get us off track. You know what I mean? Viking Chef, thank you for the $10 Euro chat, says, really enjoying the Dalton double up lately. I know, me too. Such a good and calm tag team. And Scientific Snitch is here. Quick question.
Oh, she's so good.
She really is. She really is. I need a science tag team. It says, quick question. Does Doug have an arch nemesis I need to be aware of? Always rock hard for Doug. And Sharon's Stone. Actually, Doug has no arch nemesis because Doug loves all. When you're really loving and caring, you create friends, not enemies. And Acme Hero, great to see you, friend, says, if I could, I would drop another $1,000 or $2 to see you drink that hot sauce. Hot show tonight. Well, thank you so much, Acme. And please don't. I've got a little bit left and my stomach is already literally on fire. That's why I keep eating bread, because I'm trying to not throw up hot sauce. My mouth is fine.
Justin, man does not live by bread alone.
Indeed. Anyways, thank you to everyone who donated tonight. I appreciate that. Thank you, Daniel. Good to see you, silly goose. Ehud said, please switch to Kraken, brother. These lovely humanistic heathens are too generous. I know. If this was a group of Christians, we wouldn't have got this far. I know that much. Last one from our friend Adam. Thank you so much, Adam. Adam says, shout out to the Canadian Duggites. Their women's rugby team trounced New Zealand today in a stunner to go to the Women's Rugby World Cup Finals. I'm pulling for them big time. Staying rock hard for Doug. Well, shit, Adam, I'm glad to hear that. Thank you for the announcement. And thank you for being here and for being rock hard for Doug. All right, let's get Ren into the discussion, and then we'll do Thistle Honey.
Hi.
Ren, welcome in.
Yeah. Hi.
Ren, we're having a little trouble hearing your audio. Can you hear me? Okay, you can hear me, but I can't hear you yet. Can you try
Check,
speaking for us?
check. Can you hear me?
Oh, I heard some audio there. It sounds like it just might be delayed, like really, really delayed. You can possibly speed up your connection by just turning the video off and leaving the audio on, and we'll see if that gets the audio stream pulled in properly.
All right.
All right, we'll
How
try
about now?
this.
Check.
Yeah, that's probably going to work okay. Yeah, sometimes if you don't have a very good connection, it can't really handle the bandwidth of having the video and the audio, but usually it can handle at least the
Yeah.
audio.
All right. So
Okay.
am I delayed?
So Ren, are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Yeah, I do believe in God.
Okay. And is there
So
a particular God that you believe in?
yes, I do believe in Allah. So I'm a Muslim.
Okay.
First, I want to say that I'm a skeptic as well. I'm a skeptical person. I was born in a Muslim family, but then on my teenage years and early 20s, I started to think, is God really there? Is there's really God? So I try to find it myself, and then I read a lot and uh, heard a lot of discussion and debate. At some point, there's this kind of, I have this understanding from my opinion, which I want to share with you guys as fellow skeptics. So what makes me believe there's a God is why in every civilization, in every tribes, in every human being, there's this kind of sense of longing to believe in something. Like you can just point in any other tribes far from modern civilization. They didn't read or anything, but they believe there's some uh, higher being that watch them. They believe in spirit and other things, but they have faith on something, which made me believe maybe it was printed by God. It was printed by God.
So Ren,
In
I'm not
our
sure
DNA,
I'm
in
not
our
sure I'm
instinct.
following the conversation. I don't think anybody in the audience is following the conversation either. We're just asking you, what is the best evidence for the Muslim God existing?
Well, because it's the most logical things when you cannot explain
That's what we're asking,
happened
right?
at the time.
So I think it's the most logical
I
thing
know.
that the
I'm just
Islamic God doesn't exist, right? So what I'm looking for is like an argument or a piece of evidence that would point towards the Muslim God.
I'm just gonna give you my opinion first. Why I believe in Muslim. We get to that. But like it's from my understanding, yeah. So I'm not using any jargon that you've heard. It's just I'm sharing my opinion. You can debate that. You can argue with that later. But it will come to why I believe Muslim. So yeah, like I said, when everyone, every human beings, like yeah, they believe in something. They believe in something. They don't know about Allah, about Jesus, or anything, but they believe there's something
Do you
watching
believe
them,
that
higher being.
it's okay
So I was,
for
yeah.
adults to marry children?
So you got to that. Well, this. So I'm just gonna ask. At that time, is it okay to sell your own mother to kill babies? they was born.
I didn't hear
Is
a
that
word you
right?
just said, but I assume it didn't answer my question. My question is, do you believe that it's okay for adult men to marry children?
Nowadays, it's not.
Okay, it's not. Is it ever
No,
okay? Ren? Oh shit, Ren dropped just as I was bringing up M's.
Oh no, our guy
That was
just showed
my
up.
quickest win. So
Submission. Immediate submission.
That is
Fuck, all right.
wild.
No?
Hey, Em, I have a question for you actually.
Hey, what's up?
In Surah Maryam, am I correct in my interpretation that it's basically making the mistake that Jesus' mother Maryam, that her brother was Aaron?
It says that Mary is the sister of Moses and Aaron.
Yeah, even though it's like okay, just making sure. Yeah.
And the prophet was called out on it, and he said that people used to call each other by the names of like ancient, pious people. When he was called out on it by a Christian.
Oh, I see. So even back then, they had like all kinds of copium. All right, copiums.
There you.
It's wild, bro.
Oh boy. Well, we've got Tony was trying to get in. I'm trying to get Tony connected to the chat, but they're having trouble connecting for some reason. I'm trying to get Tony in. They might have requested by accident and already left, which is why they're not loading. Yeah. Oh. Okay. Looks like they're connected. Yeah, you're in now, Tony. How you doing, Tony?
Hey, there you are, man. How you doing?
You know what? Can't complain. Tony, are you at least 18?
Good, man. What's that?
Are you at least 18?
Oh, yeah.
Dope. And do you believe in God?
I just wanted to make a point to you guys, why you guys are all here and while
Do you
you're
believe in
listening,
God?
And I agree with,
Do you believe
everything
in
you
God?
guys are doing. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. It sounds like you can't hear me. I asked, do you believe in God?
Yes, I do.
Okay, cool. And which God?
And I just want to say, this is great,
Tony,
discussion.
Tony, slow down. Tony, Justin's asking you some questions first before we continue.
Right.
Yeah.
Which God do you believe in?
Jesus Christ.
So you're a Christian.
The only God. Yeah, I am.
Cool. And what would be the most compelling evidence or argument for the Christian God being real?
Well, there's an extremely amount of evidence. I mean, one thing you could say is everybody seems to believe in, Julius Caesar, and there's only about 3,000 documents that ever said he existed. But there's over 27,000 documents that Jesus existed and the things he did.
So,
yet
congratulations. I do
Yeah.
believe that Jesus existed. So that's
Okay.
not even in question. So what I'm asking is, why should I believe that the stories told about him are true? Because I've got stories.
That he's the Son of God.
I've got
I
stories
got you.
from the ancient world that other people performed miracles and rose from the dead and resurrected. I've got stories about other people who did all the same stuff, right? So why would I treat
Okay.
Jesus as special?
Well, Jesus is not only respected, but nominated in every major religion in the world. He's
Certainly
known
No.
for...
Not remotely
What's that?
true.
Only two religion. Only two
How is that
religions,
not
Tony.
remotely true?
He's only mentioned in Christianity and Islam.
Muslims, Islam, Buddhists.
No,
not
he's
Buddhists don't
Buddhism.
believe in
mentioned
Jesus.
Yes, they
Buddhism
do.
predate.
Look it
Buddhism
up.
pre.
That's
Buddhism
400 years
predates
before Jesus.
Christianity. Yeah.
Do your research, man. That's all I'm
I
saying.
have. Buddha lived 400 years before Jesus.
All right. Well, explain that. What the first 10 names in Hebrew mean in the Old Testament, and what that
No,
means.
not the Genesis 5 secret code. They don't mean what you think they mean, Tony. Some of those names are not even translated
They
correctly.
do, though. They do.
What do you think?
No.
What do you think they mean?
Let's start with Adam. What's Adam's name mean? What does Adam mean in Hebrew?
He has to go look it up. He's got to go get his grandma's email
Of course, I
forward.
gotta look it up. Do you think I've got it written down on a poster board in my house so when I talk to y'all, I can pull it up and get it going?
It was your
Of course I
talking
can look
point.
it up, man. We're humans. We don't remember everything. Do you?
I never said I could remember everything, but it's your argument.
One of
It
the
is my
problems,
argument.
Tony, is that in that list you are thinking of, they say that Enoch or Chanok's name means teaching, but it doesn't. It means dedication. It's like the same root word as Chanukah. Mahalalel doesn't mean the blessed God, it means the shining one.
I'll never understand how this talking point has staying power. I can only assume it's because Christians can't look anything up.
Was it Chuck Missler who came up with this?
I forget who came up with it, but it was somebody who didn't actually have any real credentials. Chuck Missler, if I remember correctly, was an engineer by trade. Wasn't that the case?
So definitely not a Hebrew expert.
No. I'm pretty sure Chuck Missler was an engineer. I'll double check. Blah 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 blah.
So,
yeah, he received
how long
a
is Tony
master's
gonna
degree
take?
in engineering from UCLA. Yeah. This is why it's important to have education requirements for your chosen denomination. This is why Lutherans have them, Methodists have them, Presbyterians have them. Because you don't want just some jackass with an engineering degree telling you what to believe from the Bible. Like, scientific snitch, could you imagine if you like went to a doctor and the doctor was like, yeah, I didn't finish med school. I've got like I started my pre-med degree and then I just finished my BA and that was it. I didn't do my master's or med school. I mean,
I think
how
that is called a
likely?
chiropractor.
I think I would be terrified, bro. I'd be terrified.
You're right. That is a chiropractor. Oh, fantastic. All right, Adam.
It's pretty
Or
fun.
not Adam. I mean, Tony, you with us?
Yeah, I'm with you. I've been talking.
No one can hear you when you're
You
out of
were-
the app. I don't know why you thought we could hear you.
I'm not out of the app.
You were.
No,
yeah,
you
you
haven't
been out of the app.
You
You
teacupped.
swiped out of it. Yeah.
We can tell when
I
you
didn't.
leave.
I could be having internet issues, but I did not swipe out of the app.
Well,
Believe
you
it or
must
not.
have. You literally said you were going to because you had to go look up the information.
I didn't look up anything. I never said I had to look up information.
Okay, so then your
You
reception's just
thought
dog
that I
shit, or
did because I
or
took
God was
long
so
to answer
embarrassed.
you, and it wasn't right away.
No, we didn't
That's
get a
why
single
I hate
answer. You were completely gone from the conversation. Okay, it's fine. You don't have a good internet connection because God doesn't want you to give this argument. That's fine.
So Tony, here.
Go ahead and give us the
I was
argument,
like,
Tony.
So what I started off by saying before you rudely interrupted me in this live was that I think it's great what you guys are doing. I think that you're opening the line for debate to have people talk. I think that's very good. I think we need so much more of that in this world. I really do think we do. But I just want you to know that you have moderators on here that are just blocking people because they don't.
Okay, Tony.
Yeah, no one
We don't
cares.
care about the meta conversation. Like, do you have a argument for your God or something like that? Because we're not interested in this whole meta critique.
Yeah. The name of this channel is Deconstruction Zone, not Crybaby Zone. So if you came to cry about the mods, you're in the wrong place. Number two, I fucking trust my mods. If my mods blocked you, you did something to deserve it. I don't feel bad for you whatsoever. All right, go ahead and unmute yourself and let me know. Do you want to do meta or do you want to do conversation?
That is my cat.
W cat.
Yeah.
What's your cat's name?
Her name is Mochi.
Oh, that's so cute. Oh, he dropped. Well, of course he dropped because he just wanted to come up and cry. Oh well. W is such a good cat name, actually.
She's very
Yeah.
cute.
Listen,
It was
all
crazy
cats are
when I
cute.
was a little baby Christian and I first read Chuck Missler's little Genesis 5 secret code thing. I was astonished. And then the craziest thing happened. I started learning Hebrew.
You learned Hebrew, yeah.
Oh, wow.
It's crazy how quickly these arguments fall apart once you learn basic knowledge. Oh my goodness. Let me grab a couple super chats, friends, and we'll get our next guest up in here. Cassanderpan, thank you so much for the super chat. It says, Christians, wouldn't you rather have free will than be a robot to avoid eternal hell? Yes, I'd rather be a robot than risk eternal torment. What the fuck? Am I crazy to think that? No. You can take the free will. I don't really care for it all that much. It seems like it's not really necessary for anything. Plus, in Revelation 21, there's no more pain, no more sorrow, no more death in heaven. I assume that they still have free will. So whatever God's doing there, he could have just done the whole time. Jerissa says, objective morals, please. Christians don't budge until society drags them by the ear. Then suddenly it was biblical all along. 45,000 denominations later, you'd think they'd be sick of interpreting, and I couldn't have said it better myself. They have constantly been the force holding society back, and then the minute society has finally moved on from that mess, they're like, oh, fucking Christians did that. The fuck you did? We drug you kicking and screaming the whole way. Zen, thank you for the $19 super chat. Super appreciate that. It says, so glad to see the Philbro timer. Hope you don't get sick from the sauces. Well, I don't know if I'm going to get sick, but I'll tell you one thing. I'm going to be up late tonight. You can't go to bed on a stomach full of hot sauce. Fancy, thank you for the super chat, says, hey, Justin, I had a question about Isaiah 43:7. Isn't the implication everything is for his glory? So it's false when a theist appeals to mystery, then defending why God does or allows bad things. Isaiah 43:7 isn't usually the verse that people are using. I think you wanted Isaiah 45, but we can check Isaiah 43 to see, because maybe I'm misremembering what's in the passage. It says, everyone who is called by my name, whom I created for my glory, whom I formed, I made. I can see what you're saying. Yeah, God created mankind for his glory. I see what you're saying. So the question is then, isn't the implication everything... Oh, well, yeah. I mean, listen, God explicitly tells you that he does things for his glory. Like even like the babies that were murdered in Egypt, all the firstborn, literally states that he's doing it so that they will know I am Yahweh, so that he can manifest or multiply his power and glory. So yeah, I mean, if God's willing to kill babies for his glory, then certainly it seems like he created human beings just to, be a narcissist, right? Shadow Slaves, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, you drowned puppies in a past life, so now you have cancer. I'm glad reincarnation could teach you so much from this. And it's funny too, because like theoretically, like I think reincarnation is supposed to be solved because you're like soul building from one life to the next. But if you don't remember the past life, you don't learn from those fucking mistakes. It's just starting from scratch every time. Like you don't actually get anywhere. It's like Groundhog Day.
I guess the reason God offs all those babies is because like they're the ones that remember their last life, and we can't have that.
That's what
Also, I just want to bring up, there are some pretty okay, I have a list of diseases because I literally learned this stuff for like my thing. It's like, I have a list of diseases I would never want to get. One of those is called Stone Man disease, where every single injury you get, the healing scar tissue turns to bone. And your body slowly turns into bone over time. It's probably the most terrifying disease I've ever read about in my life. And like the fact somebody could have that and like you're trying to justify that from a past, that sounds like ALS too. Like there's so many
Let me Justin,
Thank you for
could you look
nightmare
up
fuel.
Harlequin disease?
Oh yeah, Harlequin disease is rough. Give me 1 second
Also, there are some diseases that are so grotesque that they just make you just wanna genuinely just die. Like they won't make you wanna leave this earth from how horrible they are. And apparently this is an all-loving God.
Let me get the picture on the screen. 1 second. Okay, so this is what Harley Quinn disease looks like, friends. Where the skin basically cracks and separates.
You guys are giving me all kinds of new like nightmares.
You should look up Stone Man disease. That is my like worst nightmare, and it can spontaneously happen to some people.
I think Celine Dion's got some of that, doesn't she?
I think so. If she has like something called Stone Man disease, then yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty scary.
It's everything that happens to you turns to stone. Oh, basically, it's literally you're turning to bone.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's terrifying. Look it up, friends. All right, Space Godzilla asked a question. Can you explain Matthew 5:20? Heard new apologetics that Jebus was against Pharisees and teachers of law, not hard to be more righteous than them. Thus, the Old Testament laws are not how to be judged. Thanks, Rock Hard for Doug. Well, I think what you're suggesting, because at the end of Jesus saying that you need to follow the laws forever until heaven and earth pass away, and that if you want to be great in the kingdom of God, you'll follow the laws and tell others to do the law. He ends that whole diatribe by saying, I tell you, unless your righteousness exceeds that of the scribes and the Pharisees, you will never enter the kingdom of heaven. And my understanding is that he's suggesting to you that you need to follow the laws, but not be a hypocrite about following the laws. He accuses the Pharisees of being whitewashed stones, right? He's accusing them of not being true followers of the law of God, right? So he's suggesting that in order for you to be in the kingdom of heaven, you need to be true followers of God's law, which is why when the rich young ruler says, what must I do to inherit eternal life? He says to follow the commandments. So as far as we know from the biblical Jesus, he seems to be a Judaizer.
Yeah, I mean, there's like a false narrative out there that Jesus was super anti-Pharisaic law. No, he was just like anti-hypocritical Pharisees. In fact, he explicitly commands his disciples in Matthew 23 verses 1-2 to follow the teachings of the Pharisees, just to not be as hypocritical as them.
Right. I've got 3 more super chats, friends, and we're going to get tailor-made into the guest box. Matt, thank you for the super chat. It says, possibility must be demonstrated. Even infinite universes do not necessitate all things are possible. The guest seems to be free associating ad hoc rationalizations. I agree. He learned a thing in Philosophy 101 and just ran with it and didn't think about what was happening in his own argument. But, I mean, we were all young and full of that kind of energy once, right? Tucson says, fundraising. Thank you so much, Tucson. I really appreciate the 6666. That's huge, my friend. And last one from our friend JMR. Thank you so much, JMR. JMR says, imagine the thoughts and prayers level GoFundMe would be at in Christian lives, in a Christian live. John 3:16 and Jesus is King. Accepted as payment nowhere still, right? Sharon would side eye so hard. Mortal form reveal. I actually have her on my shelf behind me, but she's behind my green screen, so I can't bring her out. Maybe at the end of the show, I'll bring out Sharon for you. But the emoji is a picture of Sharon, if you can see the emoji. Sinfully wet for Sharon. You're right. Sharon will never offer you thoughts and prayers. Sharon needs you to actually help people, when they need help. All right, we'll get tailor-made into our discussion.
What's
How you doing,
up, my
tailor-made?
boy? It's been a while. How you doing?
It's been a minute. I've been doing well. How about you?
I'm doing good. So, just a few questions for you. You
So,
used to be a
Taylor,
Christian, right?
if I remember correctly, you are. So your connection is boinked when you came in, and it's causing you to echo. Can you drop and come back? It's not loading properly. Yeah, I was because it didn't load on my screen either. It showed that it was only halfway loaded. Seems like when they don't load all the way through, it does that. Maybe because it doesn't load the camera feature, and the camera feature is fucking up the echo for some reason. What a weird glitch. I'm gonna
TikTok's gotta get their shit together.
Dude, TikTok Studio is a nightmare. It's so bad. It's so bad. TikTok, the app on the phone, is usually pretty well vetted, but TikTok Studio for PC always has problems. I'm at a point where like I feel like I should, once it's working, I should disable all updates. I will try to get TaylorMade back in here.
Yo, can you hear me?
Well, I can hear you, but it looks like you're only partially connected again. What a weird thing
Oh
to.
my god.
What a weird, and it's just
Do you
you.
want me to exit out?
I've got. Well, did you
I'll
completely?
exit off the app.
Yeah, completely close out the app and restart it, man.
Alright.
I've talked
Anyways,
to
I'm thinking
TaylorMade,
about
but it's been a
starting.
while. Oh, go ahead.
I'm thinking about starting a. I'm gonna go and like make a list of books. I'm gonna make it a thing that in the next year I'm gonna read a shitload of books.
Absolutely.
I've been a bit lazy this year since I got away from TikTok. I've not been reading as much as I should.
Good on you, dude. I've been reviewing a paper. It's so bad. Ugh. I'm just
All right, on
reading
what?
for my job. That's it. It's on a gemcitabine and nab-paclitaxel treatment for pancreatic cancer-associated cachexia, and it's just
Still not working?
horribly bad.
Yeah, for some reason it's just your device.
Alright, brother. I'll just watch your lives then.
You can join using the link on the screen, tiny.cc/dzguest, and you don't need to sign up for anything. It'll work just like TikTok, except you don't need TikTok.
So where do I go? On your bio?
It's right there on the screen, tiny.cc/dzguest.
Alright, I'll try that.
Okay. That's weird that only his phone is the one doing that. All right, let's get the next guest in here. We'll try Metal. See if Metal can connect. Welcome in, Metal.
Hey, how's it going, Justin?
Good. Thank you for asking. Metal, are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
I'm over 18. I'm not here to argue with you. I just want to shout at you real fast. I just want to say I think what you're doing is super, super beneficial to people like myself that have struggled with like religious trauma. And I really, really appreciate you. And watching you has really helped me a lot to do that kind of stuff.
Thanks, Metal. I appreciate that. And I was hoping that when I first started this channel, I'd be able to help some people. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. I think you are doing that a very good job of it as well.
Appreciate the feedback, friend.
Yeah.
Cheers. Metal. W Metal. Okay, we're gonna get our next guest in the queue from our YouTube queue. Looks like we're gonna get Villa something. I can't. The text is so damn small. I got to get a bigger screen. Ladrin, it says thanks for all your work. Well, thank you, Ladrin, for supporting. It says I wish I could be daily as it provides me a good listen while working. Packers fan, and it will be interesting to see the upcoming game. Hope it's not too bad on the Browns. Well, it's going to be rough, Landry. I appreciate you watching and supporting the stream, and I don't mind the Packers. I kind of like rooting for some of the Midwest teams, because even though they're not like the home team, I kind of like rooting for the neighbors. So like, oh, the guest that I was going to bring up dropped. Okay. Well, all right. Well, I guess we'll bring in God.
Whoa.
How you doing, God? God?
Yes.
Typical. They never answer. Oh.
That's a wild username.
God, are you at least 18?
I heard my name.
I mean, you're You're on stage now. Are you at least 18? And are you God?
I'm 37, but technically I'm thousands of years old. Yes, I heard you were reading my book.
Yeah, sure was.
Okay, any problems?
Yeah, why do you
How's it
give
going?
why do you give children Harlequin's disease? Oh, yeah, they're gone. God has no answer. I think he's trolling.
He'll make a second coming. It's all good.
All right. Well, We'll take care of that. We'll try next one. Julian, we're going to try to get Julian up in here. Julian's having a little trouble connecting. We'll give him a second. A lot of slow connections tonight. What is there something going on with TikTok tonight? Like every person I've tried to pull up from TikTok took like 1,000,000 hours to connect. Welcome in, Julian. Thank you, Kendra, for the garland. Julian, can you hear me? Julian, you just got here. You're already teacup. This is not a good sign. Julian? Julian.
Oh boy.
Julian, this is not boding well. Okay, well.
Check yes, Julian, are you with us?
And they gone. Okay, well, we'll try the next one.
Oh.
How you doing, Mom?
Hi, how are you?
Doing well, thanks for asking. Mom, are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Yes, yes, I believe in God, but I'm not here for discuss about this topic. I just want to say hi to you, and I want to know about a little bit about you.
Well, I'm an ex-Christian. I was a Christian for 20 years. I went to Bible college and seminary to find out that Christianity wasn't true, and I think religions in general are kind of unnecessary frameworks that we don't really need. And I do deconstruction live streams where we discuss the merits and the proof or lack of proof for these religions being real.
Oh, okay. Okay, I have a question. I have a crush on you because I always listen to you when I can.
Look,
Don't let your children grow up to be cowboys, Mom. Don't do it. I appreciate you listening, though.
So that's why I said I'm gonna ask him if he's married or he is single.
Well, I'm not married, but I'm also happily not married. Not looking to change that. I appreciate you watching and being a fan of the channel, but I'm happily not married, and I'm not going to be changing that. Thank you, though.
Okay, that's it. That's I wanted to say hi.
I really
Bye.
appreciate you being here. Have a great one.
Yes. Bye.
Why am I blushing? Jesus.
I mean, give her some props. That's a ballsy thing to do. That's not something that most people would have the courage to do. So it's kind of like Sadie Hawkins dance when you was in high school, if you remember that. I'm gonna grab one super chat. We'll get our next.
Ladies, y'all can't have Justin. He's mine. Just saying.
I'm taking. Ben Hooks, thank you for the $20 super chat, friend. Ben says, "My Lord Justin, was it false prophecy when you predicted that the minimum donation was $1?" You know what? That was just an error on my part. That was not a revelation from Doug. I apologize for that. That was my error. It says, happily donated more because I don't believe in your false prophecy. For Doug's sake, drink some milk, man. I will, Ben. I promise. Thank you so much. I appreciate you donating. And guys, with that, I'm checking the fundraiser amount right now, and we finally got past the last threshold to for me to chug the rest of this hot sauce. The threshold we needed is $4,936, and we're at $525.9 right now, which means towards between now and the next hour, I've got to down this last bit of hot sauce. By the way, just so people are watching or tuning in, I will have consumed the entire bottle of ghost pepper hot sauce. It's going to be a rough day tomorrow. It's going to be a tough one, friends. But thank you for everyone who showed up and donated to the cause. I mean, I can't thank you enough. The community can't thank you enough. This is why community is so important, because when one of our members is down, we can pick them up. All right, we've got Rhetorical Joker in the chat. How you doing, Joker?
Hey man, I just heard that you weren't looking for a wife, but maybe you were looking for a boyfriend.
Bruh.
I can show you God in ways you never ever imagined.
Oh, Joker. I'm
No,
sorry.
Oh my
seriously,
god,
have a good night. Man. I love you. Bye-bye.
Thank you,
That's
Joker.
some thirsty people, bro.
Oh boy, I did not know hot sauce was going to bring out the thirst trap. Oh well, what are you gonna do?
You know, it's funny. I think I probably would have tithed more in church if the pastor would have like consumed hot sauce for every bit of money. Would have made the sermons a little bit more interesting.
It's funny because I was in young adult ministry for a long time. I did a lot of fundraisers in my day, and sometimes you need a motivator. You need a cause for people to unify around. Like I let people style my hair once, or I was forced to wear nothing but a mustache for an entire month. Sometimes these types of fundraiser gimmicks are really helpful, and you do what you can for the community. You know what I mean? All right, Ren came back. We're going to see if Ren's connection is any better than it was the last time. I'm hoping that it is. Give me 1 second, and we will get you pulled in here, Ren. Welcome back, Ren. Ren? Connection's still not good. That's a shame. Oh, well. Well, you tried. You gave it your all, Ren. Sorry we couldn't get you in the conversation. We'll get Brian perhaps in the conversation now. Let's see if Brian's available. A lot of duds tonight. Welcome in, Brian.
How you doing? Deconstruction, that's your name?
Well, my name's Justin. My channel is Deconstruction Zone, but you can call me Justin or Deconstruction. I presume your name is Brian?
It's Byron.
Oh, I'm so sorry. It's Byron. I apologize. My screen is so... one day I'm either going to get a magnifying glass or a bigger screen. It's Byron. I apologize. Byron, are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Yes, I'm 37 years old, and I definitely believe in God. I was scrolling through TikTok. I was swiping, and I saw your title says your God is imaginary, and I just wanted to ask, what God are you talking about?
Yours.
Because my God is real.
Yeah, sure. What's the evidence that your God's real?
He actually came through me, sent the Holy Spirit through me. I could not control my mouth, my tongue, nothing.
I believe
and
that.
I knew for a fact, I really felt, it felt like the most amazing feeling in the world. You can't even describe it.
Yeah. I've met Christian women. I know this testimony is true. They cannot control their... Anyways, so
I know people mock it, and they try to. And I watch a lot of people mock it, and I watch a lot of people act like they're speaking in tongues, which I understand how it could trigger people to make people not believe, but it happened to me at 16 years old, and I still remember it like it was yesterday, man.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I can speak in tongues. Shit
Can
about a
you-
Hyundai, but about a Toyota.
No, not talking about that.
Byron,
That's
can you
not
speak in tongues?
Only you
Maybe-
have to be filled with the Holy Spirit to speak.
Are
in
you
tongues.
filled with the Holy Spirit?
I am.
So you should be able to speak in tongues. Maybe you can convert some of us tonight.
You have to be manifesting in the Holy Spirit. You have to be worshiping and praising God, and God will send the Holy Spirit towards you.
Oh, sorry, we got
that's the
time.
only-
Wait. The Holy Spirit's not already in you? It has to be sent to you?
You have to be hungry for God. That's why He gives us a free will.
No, I'm asking about you. Is the Holy Spirit in you right now?
I'm not gonna lie to you, Justin. That's your name.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a backslider, man. I'm not gonna lie to you, but I'll never forget.
I
I'll
do a
never
little
forget.
bit of backsliding myself.
I'll never forget what that feeling done to me and done for me, and
I
lifted a
mean,
huge
neither.
burden off.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
But that's all I wanted to say, man.
transferring
I
that
don't come on
load
here to
really... I'm with you.
I don't come on here to argue with your people in here because, I mean, of course
Actually, Byron, I'm curious because I grew up in a charismatic church where we did speak in tongues, and I was a very fervent believer, very studious, prayed all the time, read my Bible every single day, and waited patiently for God to have me speak in tongues, but it never happened. Why?
I couldn't speak for you. I can only speak for myself. I grew up in a Pentecostal church, and I used to be afraid of the feeling while I was praying and worshiping, so I always rejected it. Well, right before I went to military school, this man by the name of Doug Schmidt said, Brother B, I need you to go repent for every sin that you could think of. I went up there, I repented. When I was done, he said, put your hands in the air and tell Jesus how much you love him. And I kid you not, bro, I kept saying, I love you, Jesus. I love you, Jesus. I worship you. I magnify you. I glorify your name. I promise you, my right hand of
But
God right now, when I say something took control of me, my mouth started moving so fast. My tongue was so uncontrollable.
Sure, but Byron, are you aware that the phenomenon you're describing, which is formally called glossolalia, is not unique to Christianity? There are people outside of Christianity and other religions who experience the same exact phenomenon you are describing. In fact, like for example, in ancient Greece, at the Oracle of Delphi, the Pythia would often engage in speaking in tongues, and she wasn't Christian nor even Jewish.
Well, I don't know about Greece or ancient Greece, but I know in the book of Acts in chapter 2, verse 2, they were all in one place in one accord, and suddenly a mighty sound from heaven rushed in as of a mighty wind, and it filled the whole house where they were sitting in tongues. You don't believe in it. I understand that. I'm not here to make you believe in it at all. You believe in what you believe in. I just know at the end of the day, when it hits the fan, you're going to be like, okay.
Yeah, we ain't worried about that. Are you worried about going to the Muslim hell?
Oh, hey man.
Oh, he just came in to give the threat and run away. I'm so scared now.
Mm-hmm.
Are you guys scared? Did you just convert to Christianity right now?
No.
I'm terrified.
It's almost like the threats don't do anything. What's wrong with these people? Why do they think threatening anyone is going to be an effective means of getting them into religion? Oh,
I'm glad
my
I get to
goodness.
show off my tongue speaking skills.
You know what? I haven't heard a good speaking in tongues in at least a year. I think we're overdue to get a Christian in here speaking in tongues. It needs to happen. Eris, thank
All
you
you have
for...
to do is memorize. All you have to do is memorize the lyrics to the Lion King intro song, and you're good to go.
I do concur.
Nansengo Yama Bagatiti Baba? Sure.
There's a lot of tongues jokes, the churches I used to go to. Eris says, Justin, did you know in 1897 the cold air balloon was invented? It never really took off. That's good. That is a good joke. That's the best one today yet. I appreciate that. And helping Mega Deconstruct says, Justin, I meant bathroom time, not the time watching you in misery. Oh, okay. Your misery is the entertainment, according to Doug and Sharon. Actually, it is. My misery tonight is entertainment. I'm okay with that. And Dan, thank you for 5 DZ Debate gifted memberships. Huge W. And Unashamed, great to see you, says, in case my grown kids are watching, I'm blowing your inheritance on Super Chats. Plan accordingly. Don't do that. Take care of your kids by all means. I'll be okay. And Shalom, thank you for the super chat. Says, hi, Justin. I have about a 6-hour drive tomorrow, so I'm forcing myself to save tonight's stream to get me through that. Hope it's a great night. Rock hard for Doug and Sinfully Wet for Sharon. Hey, I appreciate that, and thank you so much for stopping by, even though you're going to be watching it tomorrow. Big W. Thank you for watching, and for people who watch on podcasts now, I do have almost all of 2025 up on the podcast platforms. I've got like 2 more months of audio to upload. I'll be doing most of that in the next week. And then after that, every time I go live, I'll make sure that it's uploaded promptly to the podcast platforms in the next day or 2. So we should be able to have that rocking and rolling. Mike Bones says, my faith healing didn't work. Ah, well, time to move to victim blaming. That's the only option you have, right? Or you can be honest. But they're not going to be honest. And Herbie, thank you for the super chat. Says, Justin, for giggles, look up the Devil's. Oh, no. There's a Devil's chili. Right. You'll see why the devil is so evil. Poor Mr. Devil. Donated 10 if you need record it. It's recorded. Thank you so much. And, well, now we have a new... I mean, listen, I love a good hot chili, to be honest. It's chili season where I live.
There's no way. This thing looks way too much like a... I'm looking at it right now. It's... You can't show... I don't know if you can show that on the live.
There's no, you certainly can't show this on the live stream. But I appreciate the sentiment. Meg says, I had a customer who had a traumatic spine injury but could still walk. She couldn't feel her legs anymore, but she could walk. That's interesting. I've heard such cases before, but it would make you wonder why is the body so susceptible to these types of injuries, right? It's almost like the God that created it wanted it to get destroyed. Jimmy says these people have never been bored. Imagine being stuck. That we wouldn't like that. I certainly don't want to be up there singing for all of eternity. Let me grab 2 more super chats. BK says my back is still effed up as well. Disappointing. I know so many people were hoping to get healed tonight, and they're not going to get it. It's not going to happen. Shadow Slave says I'm sure God is busy. He can't be everywhere at once. Oh wait. Well, I guess he can rely on science in the meantime. I know. Isn't it weird how the omnipotent, omnipresent God is so incapable of like doing anything? It's weird. It's almost like it's just fiction.
He's lazy.
Well, that could be it. He's really tired.
I mean, El in the Canaanite pantheon was a very sleepy dude. So there's your answer.
Especially when he was drinking that wine. How you doing, Corio?
Hey there. Just want to say that the channel is awesome, and well, I'm not a believer, but just one question: when people get like to tell you lots of things, the one thing I do is just get them to Leviticus 13. No, sorry, 14, where it says that the walls of a house can get leprosy or skin disease, and that the way to solve it is like unaliving a little bird and dipping a live bird inside and sprinkle blood, and that'll take the problem away. And they usually tend to like run away and go, and they don't want to talk to me anymore. But I mean, that's like the easiest one. Just if it were to come from a god, why is it that he didn't know that mold is not leprosy, and that by well, I mean, there's no way you can get rid of it just by sprinkling blood on it.
Right.
That's all I wanted to say. Yeah.
We don't bring up the blood magic too often, but you're right. It's actually a really powerful talking point. I was talking to the Apostate Sisters about this because we had a conversation on the Apostate Sisters channel, and I was talking about one of the steps in my deconstruction was realizing that the Old Testament was full of ancient Near Eastern blood magic. And the reality is, it's what it is. If you compare it to the text of the time period, we've got a bunch of blood magic from Assyria, from Babylon, from the Hurrians and the Hittites. They all believe that in this blood magic stuff. Nowadays, we know better, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of crazy. I used to be a believer just for like 30 years of my life, but one day I decided to read the book, and damn, it's crazy.
That'll do it. Yeah,
So,
reading the book.
yeah, and actually, now that I'm an atheist for, let's say, 2 years now, every time I read it, I find even more like ludicrous things, and yeah, I actually don't know how could I believe in those things before. And
Right.
sorry about my English, it's not like my first language. And
No, you're doing great.
yeah, just wanted to say thank you for the job you're doing, and everything you do is awesome.
Hey, thank you so much, Corey. I appreciate the kind words.
See you, bro.
Cheers, friend. Well, W. Corio, and I mean, he's got a good point. I think the blood magic in the Old Testament is like such a good piece of evidence against like what in the world were these people thinking? All right, we've got William in the queue. Let me grab William from our YouTube queue. William, you're on deck. I'm just checking your audio real quick. And you should be up. William, how you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Doing good. Thank you for asking. William, are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
I no longer believe in God.
Can you get a little closer to the microphone? It's really hard to hear you.
Let me try a different source.
Is that any better?
Maybe. We'll give it a shot. I can hear you. Can everyone else hear him?
Yep, I can hear him.
Yeah, I think we can hear you.
Yeah.
So, William, you said you no longer believe in God?
That's correct.
Okay. So you're just an atheist now?
Yes.
Oh, well.
And I've enjoyed your show. I just came to it recently. I really enjoy the way you take apart the prophecies. That's been really helpful to me. I always had issue with the prophecies, but the way you take it apart, I really appreciate. I did have a question for you though.
Mm-hmm.
I've watched your show quite a bit recently. I can't think of the term. Binge watching your show. Mm-hmm. You seem to have an issue with evil or accepting evil, and I'm curious as to why. I like your definition of what's good when you talk to people about that, and your definition seems to make sense. And so I'm not sure I understand why you object to the term evil or the concept of evil, because to me it just seems to be like the opposite of good or something like that. So I would just like to hear your
yeah. So the reason why I don't use the word evil is the same reason why I don't use the word create, because it typically drags along with it like theological baggage. Like when you hear the word evil, people want to tie some sort of transcendental badness to it. Like there's some transcendental evilness, and that gets you one step closer to some kind of a god or some sort of a malevolent entity. And evil is already kind of packed with religious baggage that I don't think it's a necessary word to use. And it's just easier to get through the conversation by using something other than the word evil.
Okay. So you're comfortable with good and you're comfortable with bad, but you're saying there's extra baggage loaded associated with the word evil. And so
yeah.
You will use good and bad, but not evil.
Because to be sure, I think evil is a perfectly fine word to use. It's just that when most believers hear the word evil, they think that you're invoking some sort of transcendental category, and I don't believe in transcendental categories.
Okay. Thank you very much. Again, I really, really enjoyed your program. And like I said, I used to just be bothered by prophecies and just kind of accept that, there's 300 prophecies, and so to have you pick them apart and show why none of them were fulfilled in Jesus, I just really, really appreciate that. I've been
thanks,
a non-Christian for 20 years, but I still need bucking up occasionally. Thank you.
I get it. Well, big W, William. Thank you for living in reality, and we appreciate your friend.
Okay. Have a good day.
Hey, you too. Well, W. William, it's a fair question. I think we ran out of opposition. I see a bunch of people, like Christians, complaining in the comments on TikTok. So I know there's more Christians in here. It's okay if they're too scared to come in. I'm going to read some super chats and see while we're waiting if a Christian will load up. If we don't get any more Christians, then I might just read out the super chats and drink this hot sauce. I don't know. We'll see. It's not that late. It's only 9:18, so there certainly should be some Christians up tonight. Isn't that weird? Usually on a Friday night, I'm like jam packed with people wanting to come in and talk about how wrong I am.
Also,
they're getting ready for the rapture, obviously.
I just wanted to say I'm also in here in evolution, so if anybody disagrees with evolution, feel free to pop up, and I'm chilling.
I know. Actually, I was hoping somebody would come up and want to talk about science and evolution since I've got help tonight, and it seems like that's probably why they're not. Is because they see you're here.
I have a whole document on
Uh,
abiogenesis. It's not even funny.
I haven't watched it. I better
by the
get to it.
way, Justin, are you familiar with how horrible tuberculosis is?
Who? What? How horrible? What?
How horrible tuberculosis is?
What's that?
Tuberculosis is
Oh,
horrible.
tuberculosis. I don't know anything about
Yeah,
it.
TB. It is one of the most infectious diseases on Earth, and the bacteria attacks every single organ in your body. Like, look up Pott's disease, for example.
Okay, actually,
Or just play through Red Dead Redemption 2. You'll get a good look at it.
Pott's disease. I know our friend Aurora Borealis has Pott's, but let me look at the images.
It is an example of a tuberculosis infection that spreads to the spine, in which the bacteria eats your vertebra, and then it penetrates through the intervertebral discs to the following vertebra and starts eating your spinal column.
Oh, it's horrible.
And the bacterium that causes this happens to cause literally everything in medicine, almost. Every single chapter in medicine has like a section for tuberculosis, TB. Like it's a meme at this point, that in med school, every single chapter has something to do with TB.
That's awful.
I'm not even exaggerating. Everything has TB. Like every single chapter in med school.
Well, I am not shocked the amount of diseases that survive on this planet. And to be honest, I mean, if you're thinking rationally, diseases are expected under evolution. They're not expected under theism. But Hannibal's mom says, for our rock hard stoners in need. Well, thank you, Hannibal. I appreciate that. And Adam says, is Hugh Jugraius a sly allusion to Huge Grace? See, that was my thought, actually, Adam. I thought this was a joke on Huge Grace. Yeah. Lord, show me the truth. We don't know yet. We don't know. But Brad, thank you for the $5 super chat. Brad says, hope this helps, and it does. Space Lord, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, and lo, tomorrow the lake of fire shall be Justin's toilet. Doug 407. You're not wrong. You are not wrong, Space Lord. We're going to read some super chats. We're waiting for Christians to load up. It's okay if you're scared. You don't have to be scared. We're not going to bite you. It's going to be okay. John says, Lisa, the rainbow draft blesses this barbecue. Leafs be upon it. Moorhead. Oh, big W. Big W. Giraffes alone are proof of evolution, not creation. What a crazy idea that the laryngeal nerve is going to go like all the way from here down to here, all the way just back up to here where it was supposed to go to in the first place.
Specifically the left recurrent, because the right one doesn't do that.
Yeah, what a crazy nonsensical design. Esoteric, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, hey Justin, can you please help me understand how life begun and evolution? Thanks for all you do. Where's M? He's here. Hope he comes on today. He's here. Wish granted.
No.
Although I don't know. I don't know if I understand your question, Esoteric. I can maybe answer some questions, not nearly as well as M's or Scientific Snitch on evolution, but we need like an actual question to take on. I think we got 2 Christians loaded up on YouTube. We'll get to those. Rev says, Jesus crucified at 9, taken down for trial and put back up at noon. Reused the same nails and handholds. Is this how to harmonize the story? I think it is. You know what they'll say, though? They'll say that in John's account, they were using a different method of counting time, right? But if that was the case, then we would expect that it wouldn't be, if they were counting from midnight, we would expect that in Roman counting, we would find that sometimes there's like a 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th hour that's referenced in literature, but we never find it. I think the latest hour we ever get in Roman literature is something like the 8th or the 9th hour, referring to of the day, because they weren't counting in units of 12. They weren't counting from 12 to 12 to 12 to 12. They were counting from sunup to sundown in all of the Roman literature. We have no examples of Roman counting from midnight. They wouldn't even know what midnight was. How would they tell if it was midnight?
Honestly, the situation presented above sounds like a Monty Python sketch.
It really does, actually. It really does. And Jeff Peanut Butter, good to see you, my friend, says, LL, don't get me wrong. The book recommendations have been amazing. I just blame you. Not really for buying too many books recently. I get that, Jeffy. I get that, Jeffy. I have the same problem. I've got a backlog of books that I need to get to, and it's a wild situation. Keith says, Justin, have you ever tried that single spicy hot chip? I hear the smallest bite of it, it's unbearable. I have, and I was just talking about that earlier. When I did try the super hot chip challenge, I ate half of it, and then I was like, it's not worth it. Because I didn't really have a good motivating factor to finish the rest of it. I literally just picked one up at the gas station on my way to work, and I ate half of it on the way to work. And I was like, yeah, it's really hot. They use real ghost pepper. But if you know anything about ghost pepper, it doesn't taste good, right? So it's only fun if you're doing like a real challenge with friends. And I was just driving to work. So I was like, I'm just going to eat the half of it. It's not worth it. I'm going to go in red-faced to work for the next 30 minutes. But I think I could have tolerated it for a fundraiser. We'll see. SLJ says, hope the DZ style spreads in the EU. Our language barriers complicate things, but switching to Latin could help. Even Pope could join the EU. He certainly could, but I got to be honest, I don't know if Latin's on the menu just yet. In the future, maybe, but not at the moment. And John says, Holy Ghost Peppers, Batman. Indeed, Holy Ghost Peppers. We're about to finish it off here soon. And Good Question says, Justin is fulfilling Isaiah 53 right now. Empirical evidence of Doug. Indeed. Yes, I am the suffering servant today. And Nick Frank says, did you run the plan for this stream past the state first? I did not. I just did it. Because I don't have a God. I do what I want. And Josiah says, Justin is a Browns fan. Not sure which one is worse, being a Browns fan or a Texans fan. I am a Texans fan. Well, I get it. It's tough. They had a good tear last year and the year before, but it is. I'm with you. It's tough. Although I don't have anything against the Texans except for I don't know why you tricked us into taking your shitty perverted quarterback and making us pay $230 million for that sexual assaulter. Still not happy about that.
On behalf of all Texans.
Hate Deshaun Watson. And Noah's Lion says, you said not interested in marriage. How about friends with benefits? I know a fun secret with grapefruits.
Oh, God.
I don't know about that, Noah's. I don't know about that. But I mean, anyone who knows my backstory can probably piece together why I'm perfectly happy being single. If you don't know my backstory, now's not the time for it. But I listen. I'm pleased that you brought such a delightful suggestion. Appreciate the super chat as well. And Richard Cox, speaking of which, Richard Cox, thank you for the $20. Says, congratulations for your work. I have a devoted marriage to a beautiful man. I do see why many people are drawn to you. You happen to be very charismatic. Well, I thank you for that, Richard Cox. I really do appreciate the kind sentiment. But yeah,
that hot sauce is working wonders for you, Justin.
Apparently that's the trick. Do I need to like cover my face in hot sauce? Like how do we really get this going?
God, no.
All right, let me grab our next guest. We're going to get, is this Prestige Worldwide? Are you with us?
Isn't it the name of the from Step Brothers?
Yeah. Prestige, I think your connection might be really bad. No one can hear you.
Hello, Justin. Can you hear me?
I caught a little bit of you.
Yes, hello.
Yeah, I can hear you. It's just kind of the connection's kind of degraded.
Oh, is it?
I can hear you right now, though.
Hear me at all?
No, I can hear you right now. It's just kind of a poor connection, but I can hear you.
Okay. Oh boy. Well, I'll be really quick if you can hear me. If you can still hear me.
I can hear you.
Okay. Okay. I appreciate you so much. I send your clips to my nephew, and we crack up all the time about the crash outs and all the things that we sort of share a laugh. The other thing I wanted to say is that I tested one of your Bible criticisms out in the wild. I was at an affair with Jewish influencers that are online, and one of them was a very religious fellow, young man with a long beard and prayer shawl, and it said, "I'm Jewish, ask me anything." So I walked up to him, I said, "Can I ask you something?" He says, "Deuteronomy 22," and I went into your thing
The
about
bloody
the
sheet.
virgin and oh my God! And you know what he said? He said, I said yes, and he had to call it up. I had to direct him to the right thing. I thought he knew everything. He read it, and then when he got to the end of it, he says, "Yeah, yeah." And then I said to him, "So okay, apparently Yahweh is not omniscient," and he goes, "He's not supposed to be omniscient. That's a Christian gloss on Yahweh." And I said, "Well, then he's no better than
Whoa.
Zeus." And he goes, "No, he's not Zeus. He's Yahweh." So I thought
I
that was
wouldn't.
hilarious. I just wanted your thoughts on that.
Not exactly, I could say, heretical in Judaism, as they don't formally do that kind of thing. But yeah, that's definitely not the Jewish position. At least in Orthodox Judaism, God, he definitely is omnipotent or omniscient. All these, it's got all the omni properties.
You would think so. I think Psalm 139 mentions something about this, doesn't it? I'm trying to remember.
Yeah, but even further, I'm pretty sure Maimonides spoke profusely on the omni properties of God.
Yeah.
Mochi.
W Mochi. Well,
She's
Prestige,
sitting on my
listen,
arm.
I'm delighted to hear that it worked. I mean, that makes me so happy. It's sad that he had to reduce his God's powers to make his side more palatable. But like, to be fair, I mean, I think that's better than living in the contradiction. You can just say, "Oh, well, my God's kind of a fuck up,"
Yeah. Yeah, I'm getting
right?
an echo. I'm sorry.
One of the craziest talks in the entirety of the Talmud I
I
ever
guess so,
read.
but he also said another thing that made me kind of take aback. He said he reads Paul generously, and I thought that was kind of, and he wasn't a messianic type. He was a very orthodox type, at least in presentation.
Yeah, I would not give Paul any charity if I was a Jew at all.
I know, but I was surprised. But
Yeah.
it was like,
Now I want
I'm
to
a
talk to
Jew.
this guy.
So
This
anyway, I
guy.
wanted to share that with you, and thank you, because it was a free range, a testing of the Bible verse.
Right. Well, listen, I appreciate the kind words there, Prestige. I'm glad to hear it worked out for you.
Okay, well, thank you very much. I'll let you go.
Cheers, friend. Appreciate it.
Cheers. Take care now.
I love to hear it when the arguments get tested in the wild. To be fair, most people who get on this live stream, even though they haven't heard it, they're at least prepared to have a discussion about the Bible. But when you catch somebody in the wild, that's real fun because they have no idea what's coming. Like they're completely oblivious to what they're about to hear. Let me grab 3 super chats. We'll get our next guest in here. Chip, thank you so much, my friend. Says already donated to the GoFundMe. Thank you. And this is for the wipes you'll need tomorrow. Good thing you work from home now. That is a good thing, actually. I appreciate that, Chip. And trust me when I tell you, I have a house loaded with wipes for my son still yet, but we never run out. I've never had to use his wipes, but tomorrow could be one of those days. And Jay says, the last live I thought I heard you suggest that water can't be in all 3 states at once. However, water's triple point is 0.01 C and 611.657 pascals. So are you suggesting that a single molecule of water can be a vapor, a gas, and a liquid all at once? Or is he referring to like a collection of water molecules?
Dr. Blood said, "Hold up."
Yeah, I don't know about this one. I think Dr. Blitz might have something to say on this one.
So it says that the triple point is a
Dr.
unique combination
Place.
of temperature and pressure at which a substance, solid, liquid, and gaseous phases can coexist.
I'd love to hear more about this. Dr. Blitz, I'm learning right now possibly about triple point. Can you help me understand?
Yeah, so the first thing to know is that a single water molecule can never be in a phase. A phase is what happens when you have a whole bunch of water molecules around.
Okay.
Like a single water molecule, a phase is about how the molecules are related to each other, right? But when you have a whole bunch of water molecules, they can be in the triple point phase, which is where all three phases coexist equally. And it's very, very weird. It's very, very weird.
Yeah, this is entirely new to me. I've never heard of triple point.
Yeah, in fact, so it's slightly less weird, but there's a thing called a critical point as well, where you can have gases and liquids coexist, and then you have something called a not a superfluid, that's not the right word, supercritical fluid rather. And these are very weird because they kind of diffuse like gases, but you can dissolve things in them like liquids. It's all very weird.
I don't need
Anyway,
the apologist to hear about this.
I know, right? Let me ask you a question about triple point then. So say, for example, let's say you've got a collection of 10,000 molecules of water. This is an arbitrary number I picked, right? There's 10,000 of them, right? If they're at triple point, does that mean that all 10,000 of them are included in each individual state, or are some of them segregated? Like some of them will be in the gaseous state and some of them will be in the water state?
It's a mixed state. So it means that all three states coexist at that temperature. So in fact, the triple point is different from the critical point. At the critical point, liquids and gases start being the same thing. At the triple point, that just means that you can have, so I mean, at any temperature or at any pressure, you can always have what you might call a double point. Put ice in water, and now you have ice coexisting with liquid water, right? It's just at 0 degrees Celsius, and you have a partially solid, partially liquid. The triple point is just that when you change the temperature and pressure in such a way that all three can coexist.
No, I agree with you. I guess what I'm trying to ask is, would 100% of the water in container be at all three stages, or is it in parts?
No.
Like, okay, so
No,
one
no.
part
So
is
you
liquid,
have
one part is gas.
You'll have some of them that are like, you'll have a chunk of ice at the bottom. If this isn't gravity, you'll have a chunk of ice, or you'll have some water, and then you'll have a chunk of ice floating on top of it, and there's some gas on top of it.
Perfect. Okay, so then it still ends up, if we're using this as an analogy for the Trinity, it would still end up in the heresy of partialism.
Yeah.
We almost had a good analogy. Listen, I can't believe I've never heard of triple point. This is such a cool idea. I didn't know triple point was a thing. Shit.
However, if there were not Trinitarians, but binarians? I don't know. If there were binarians, then a good analogy would be supercritical fluid. Yeah, there you go. Because supercritical fluids really are both liquids and solids at the same time, and they're just not even different things anymore. So that's
right.
But there is no such thing for three. So the Trinitarians are screwed again.
They really are. They're never going to have a good model because their concept doesn't work. It's not logical. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? I appreciate the explanation, Blitz.
Yeah, of course.
Lou, it's great to see you. Thank you for the $5 super thanks. And last one from Simeon says, Justin's toilet is truly going to have some awesome experience tomorrow. And of course, I mean awesome in the biblical sense. Yeah, it's going to be bad. Listen, we've got, and I don't say this lightly, but we've got some bitch that wants to get up here on the screen.
What the fuck?
What the hell?
Okay.
Okay. I was about to be, oh my goodness.
That's her name. I didn't make it up. Her name's some bitch. I'm just reading the name.
God.
You guys know me better than that. You know me better than that.
I don't know how I got up here.
Oh shit!
Oh no!
Oh no! Don't do it, Ems. Don't.
That's so much worse.
Something out of context.
Sorry, guys. I think I was
The
looking.
thing is, on my screen, it doesn't even show her name. So
Oh,
I'm so
no.
confused as to
Well, that's your nationality blocked it out apparently. Well, listen, don't worry. We'll call you SB for now. Don't worry, SB. We appreciate being here and watching. If you butt dialed, we'll just drop you back down. No worries.
I appreciate you. Thank you.
Cheers, friend. Look at the absolute fucking power panel happening right now. Blitz, Scientific Snitch, Ems, and Dalton. Shit. Just fucking put me out of business.
I do feel the least qualified here, just saying. But I
No.
feel honored.
You're more than qualified. We're trying to get Ben in the conversation. I think for the second time to see if I think we tried Ben and the connection was a little bit slow. We'll try Ben again. How you doing, Ben?
Good. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you great, yeah.
Okay, good. Yeah, no, I was on probably like 2 weeks ago when you were doing the hell one.
Oh,
No,
right,
you're
yeah.
doing you're doing the Satan's Not Bad one.
Yeah, fucking justice for Snake.
Huh?
I said justice for Snake.
Yeah. Yeah, so I kind of wanted to hear the abiogenesis defense, I guess, from your biologist.
Well, I am a physiologist, first of all. Well, working towards my official title.
Nice.
That being
Where
said,
are you going to school?
I prefer not to say that online because I've gotten a few weird,
Yeah.
a few people
no problem.
called my PI, and it's really weird. But that being said, I'm a master's student in physiology. Let me pull up my lovely little giant document of evidence.
Is there a way that I can see the screen, Justin? Because if
I
I look
can
at
turn on my screen.
Okay.
So
When I look at
if
the
you're
screen through, sorry, go ahead.
so yeah, if you're patient, I can make her screen bigger so that you can see it. So give me 1 second. I'm going to expand her screen. Now you can't see it just yet. You got to give me a second, and I'm going to make her screen bigger, and then you'll be able to see it here in Uno Momento. Let me sure I got all of it. There we go. Bada bing, bada boom. You should see almost all of her screen. Give me 1 more second. There you go. That should be all of her screen. And then I'm going to do the same thing on the horizontal stream. There we go. On the horizontal stream, you should be able to see Ella's screen. Ella, we can see your computer screen. Be careful not to show any personal information that might be on your computer screen.
Sorry,
And
hang on. Is the only way that I can see it is if I go to YouTube, or can I not see it through your link?
you should be able to see it right now through the... Oh, you know what? I apologize. I forgot to turn the virtual camera on for you. That's my fault. Let me turn it on. I'm sorry. When I started the session, I totally forgot to turn on the virtual camera. It's usually on by default.
Okay.
You should be able to see the virtual camera now.
Yep.
Okay, so everything's all good?
I think we're good to go.
It's a little bit tough for me to see, but okay, that's a little
I'll
bit
zoom
better.
in I'll zoom in because it's a very long list. So I'll zoom in on the stuff that I actually cite. Because there's a lot of stuff here, and a lot of it is just kind of showing that there's a bulk of evidence, because the main goal is really to show that it's not just like one study, but there's a lot of different studies that are on the same thing. So basically, first, when you're looking at this first section here is all on abiogenesis, which is basically a fancy word for saying, oh no, there's a huge echo. Is there a huge echo?
Oh, right, because of the fucking camera glitch. All right, 1 second. Let me try something real quick that may or may not fix it.
Yeah, I would just watch it from the YouTube channel itself, but then it's like delayed a couple seconds.
All right, friends, let me know if the echo comes back. I just disabled a feature that may or may not fix the echo. Let's see if this works.
Can you hear? Hopefully it's not too bad.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Anyone got any bad, weird echo stuff? Hopefully.
Oh, they're saying it's fixed.
Okay, cool. Okay, so
Before we get too much further, let me ask if they can hear you on YouTube. Can you hear her on YouTube still? Nope, you're good. Dope.
Perfect. Okay, so abiogenesis is a fancy way to say that you're making organic or natural molecules that build life from something that isn't living. And so
the Miller and Urey experiments did this by using methane, water vapor, hydrogen, and ammonia, which are chemicals that are likely to be found on early Earth. And we know this because of the reductive environment that was around, which caused the crust of the Earth and the sand and like the sediment deep inside the Earth where it would have been to have reacted a certain way and basically have the chemicals that are in, like, if you dug very deep down to the layers of Earth that would have been on the surface so very long ago, you would have seen a bunch of different chemicals there. Those chemicals reacted, giving way to the sediments that is deep in the Earth. And so that's how we know that methane, water vapor, hydrogen, and ammonia were there. Now, when we put all of those chemicals into a container and then exposed it to heat, it spontaneously reacted to form amino acids, which are one of the basic building blocks to you, me, and everyone else on life, every other piece of life on this planet. So basically what this experiment demonstrated is that with very minimal assistance from human hands, we were able to build the most important, or one of the most important building blocks of life. Now, this study, the Miller and Urey study, was repeated over 10 times, as you can see. Like, all of these are replications of different versions of the Miller and Urey experiment, looking at different reactions that are all equally as like simple and not as they're not hands-on experiments where humans are fiddling around with pipettes and stuff. They literally just put chemicals in a bowl and watch them react. Now, down here you see that there's also the synthesis of nucleotides. That's those are the chemicals that build your DNA, which determine like your hair color, like who you are. So literally every single organic molecule that makes you has been made in this overly simplified manner. Now, there is one problem, is that there is a selectivity for how these proteins interact with your body. Your protein really likes, I believe it's the D or the L version of peptides, not necessarily the other or the ors. Like, they only like one version of it. That was solved because RNA can basically fold in on itself, kind of like a piece of paper, and turn into an enzyme that can react and synthesize molecules like, for example, proteins. So theoretically, if you trapped one of these self-folded RNA molecules into a lipid bilayer, which is what makes your cells, you get a cell. Now, that would be considered a protocell because life has different definitions. If you took like a biology class, you probably recognize that to be living, you need to be able to eat, you need to be able to make your own energy, and you need to be able to self-replicate. So a cell is not necessarily just something with a molecule that can replicate itself. So over time, you get more and more complicated molecules that kind of eat each other and they combine. I mean, you have this primordial soup of all of these amino acids. And that kind of that paved the way to microorganisms like bacteria, like prokaryotes, and viruses. And there's also, this kind of brings down to like, where did all of this occur? And all of this occurred in hydrothermal vents or other hot chemically rich bodies of water, where you would find significant amounts of methane, water vapor, hydrogen, and ammonia, where that kind of all connects there. Once you have microorganisms, then you have kind of these microorganisms crunching together and combining. So there have been 3 events that have been recognized.
Can I
Go
just
ahead.
pause right there? So we made a jump. We made a jump there from we were talking about RNA and the creation of RNA, and then we jumped all of a sudden to single cell organisms.
No. So we jumped from RNA. So all of the components of a cell can be made abiotically. RNA can be made abiotically. A peptide strand can be made abiotically because RNA can self-fold on itself and can start like synthesizing proteins. Because tRNA is also just like folded in on itself RNA with a little attachment to an amino acid. So all of these things can be made abiotically, and that's all this evidence is up here. Every component of your cell can be made abiotically, aside from like the membrane, aside from membrane-contained organelles like mitochondria, which is where I was getting to.
And as far as I understand, the studies that did that, they do demonstrate that, but they do rely on preformed material to kind of
No, they
show those
don't.
reactions.
They don't.
Huh? They don't rely
So
on any preformed
methane, water
material.
vapor, hydrogen, and ammonia are not
No,
preformed.
not those. The ones that show the RNA, like the one. There was a recent one, and I think it was 2024 that showed nucleotides self-assembling onto RNA sequences, and they used what was it? It wasn't ATP. It was another. It was like a thioester compound.
No, so you're referring to the protocell study. I also have that cited here, but that's not all that has been found. So there was also spontaneous formation of RNA strands, peptidyl RNA, and cofactors, which would be those components that you see in the thioester study. This study here does talk about the formation of actual strands, and there is evidence of protein aggregation. So basically, amino acids can kind of spontaneously combine. There's a bunch of evidence of
That's what I
actual
was
like
talking about.
polymers talking about. But the thioester study you're talking about is down here, which is protocells by spontaneous reaction of cysteine with the short chain thioesters. That was made with pre-existing molecules, but we have all of this evidence showing that all of those pre-existing molecules can be made abiotically.
Sure. Okay. Yeah. Keep going. So yeah, but then we jumped. I mean,
So once you have protocells, it really just depends on how you're defining life at that point, because you could define a virus as a protocell in a sense,
well,
because it's
do
technically,
we define viruses as protocells though right now?
I mean, it just kind of depends on what kind of virus you're talking about.
Well,
Because if you're looking at a very, very simplified virus, there are like evidence of, so for example, there is this one bacterium that only has only has DNA for one ribosome, which does not make a lot of sense when you look at other bacterium, when you look at other organisms. Similarly, you have bacteria that can participate in phagocytotic-like behavior, which is not characteristic of a bacteria. There are larger viruses that look more like actual cells, and there are simpler viruses that don't look anything like cells. So there are many different, there's a gradient of life. So when you say, do we define viruses as a protocell, that really kind of depends on how you're defining a virus, because at a certain point, you're getting closer and closer to a eukaryotic cell.
Yeah, I have not heard viruses being defined as a protocell, but so I agree with what you're showing me, and I've seen that stuff too, but there is still a gap here.
Well, that gap is millions of years.
Well,
I mean, all of this would have taken
from
a very long
simple
time.
chemistry to self-sustaining, fully evolving life is kind of the gap, and I agree with you. There is.
Wait, what's the gap? I didn't hear you correctly. Can you say it again?
What?
What do you think the gap is?
I said the gap is the millions of years argument, and
Well,
what I'm
not
saying
just
is that
the millions of years. There's also evidence inside of our own bodies that this all occurred. So, for example, inside of every single mitochondria, inside of every cell of your body, there exists alpha proteobacterium fragments. In fact, the ribosomes inside of your mitochondria resemble bacterial ribosomes, not eukaryotic ribosomes, which would make no sense if our ancestors were purely eukaryotic and had no prokaryotic background.
okay.
And then on top of that, we also have the majority of our DNA is viral DNA. In fact, when you look at I believe there's some DNA, there's something that's here. There's a study that actually suggests, or at least some research that suggests, that our nucleus comes from a virus called a Medusa virus, which is one of those larger viruses that I was talking about. And it's due to, I believe it's histones. So we've got two things, two
microorganism characteristics inside of every single cell in your body that would make no sense under the guise that we were created.
Well, but that's all still like under the idea that all of that happened in the first place, right?
Well, first of all, we've actually observed another microorganism engulfing another microorganism, forming in a symbiotic relationship very similar to that of a mitochondria. It was actually a recent nitrogen fixing organelle, which is like very strikingly similar to the mitochondria and the chloroplast. In fact, even if you look at chloroplasts, they have similarities to cyanobacteria that are genetic as well. So like you're not explaining the alpha proteobacterium DNA and ribosomes that are inside of every cell in your body, because you wouldn't have bacterial ribosomes if you didn't have some sort of connection to bacterial organisms so long ago.
You know, I mean, our body is populated by more bacterial cells than human cells. So
yeah, but mitochondria aren't bacterial cells. They're
inside of your cells.
I didn't suggest that. I'm just saying in general, like it's very wild that we have more bacterial cells than human cells. So
and very
weird
irrelevant.
stuff that happens once life occurs,
but that doesn't answer the question, because mitochondria are a contingent, like they are a crucial part of cell biology of our own cells, not of like the microbiome in our gut. Mitochondria help us synthesize hormones, help us synthesize ATP. Like without mitochondria, our bodies wouldn't survive to actually sustain a gut microbiome or any microbiome for that matter.
But even when we talk about mitochondria, we're talking about something that happened after the abiogenesis occurred. So you
still haven't provided me, and you still haven't provided any like suggestion or anything that would disprove that any of this had actually occurred. And we've found, I believe it's not just like hot chemically bodies of water and hydrothermal vents, but there's also amino acids and nucleotides on meteorites that could have crash landed, and that's where the heat came from. Like there's a couple different ways that this could have occurred.
Yeah. So there's basically two options, right? There's the God of the gaps, which is God created that to happen, or there's basically that happened over millions of years, in which case that's still kind of it's almost like a science of the gaps argument, right?
No.
I honestly wouldn't even say that it happened over millions of years, but rather thousands of years, because when we're talking about the jump from protocells to bacterial organisms, we're talking about, so let me be 100% clear here, that proteins and RNA, like ribosomes and, for example, like lipid bilayers, it's very energetically favorable. The delta G standard for like forming a lipid bilayer in an aqueous environment is like so far in the negatives, because the water molecules that are surrounding the hydrophobic side of like phospholipids, they don't like
it's like
interact
very
with water.
fine-tuned. Like very
It's not fine-tuned. It's just chemistry.
It is very stupidly tuned.
But it's not
Here's the thing.
fine-tuned. It's just chemistry.
Right.
Here's
so
the
like
thing. We have
chemistry is very
different.
fine-tuned to be able to happen under the circumstances.
But it's not
that
fine-tuned.
we live in, right?
So here's the thing. We have definitive evidence for the existence of nature. We don't have any evidence for the existence of a supernature. So until such a time as the supernature can be demonstrated to exist, the only viable explanation for the origin of life is a natural explanation.
Also, I just want to bring this up, like, biochemistry is not fine-tuned. If it was, then proteins wouldn't become misfolded, and Huntington's, Alzheimer's, and Parkinson's wouldn't exist.
Well, there's mechanisms that explain the reason why those become unfolded.
But they don't. There actually aren't any. If there were, then we would have
no
cured the
mechanisms that
disease.
explain that?
No, there's no clear mechanism, because otherwise we would have cured it.
There's no mechanism that explains why proteins would get unfolded?
Misfolded, not unfolded.
Misfolded, yes.
Real quick, I'm hearing from the chat that they can't hear Scientific now.
Yeah.
Oh no.
It's because her camera's turned off, and I had Let me. I can fix it. 1 second.
Ah,
Oh, that's interesting. They should be able to hear her.
can you hear
Someone
me?
said can't hear anyone in the panel.
Oh no.
That's a weird. What about now? Can you hear her now?
Yay.
Yep.
That's weird that it kind of temporarily just decided it wasn't gonna work.
Oh boy.
Not anymore.
That's
Well,
wild.
not anymore because I'm talking. Well, before before we get too much further, we'll double check. Ella, say something and let me know if they can hear you.
Hi.
She just said hi. Let me know if you heard her say hi.
Someone said Dalton and Ella.
No.
Don't worry.
It says
Don't
no.
worry. Okay, say hi now.
Hi.
I assume they probably heard it the second time. Yeah. So the weird little glitch that allows the audio to not double when the camera is turned on, when the camera is turned off, makes it so that you can't hear them.
That's so weird.
So I'm gonna have to find a workaround for this new update. The new update really screwed up the audio. I can get a workaround for it. Don't worry, we'll take care of it between now and the next stream. But what a weird glitch! This has not been a problem on TikTok yet. It's just the newest update that they rolled out on Wednesday. Anyways, the fine tuning of the human body to me is like the biggest nonsense argument that we can come up with. We've touched on it earlier tonight. Like, what about the human body? Or is it just life in general you think is fine tuned? Did I hear you correctly?
Well, I mean, she was making the point of how the energy required, or the delta G energy or whatever required for it to occur, is it's very, like, the reactions are very spontaneous and able to occur very, very readily. And then I basically made the comment that is kind of in a way a support for the fine tuning argument. And then she mentioned that, like, the Huntington's disease can cause proteins to become misfolded, which there are mechanisms that explains why proteins can be misfolded. But in general, I think
There is, but the reason why
can I talk for a second?
I just need to
I
intervene on the Huntington's
I listened
thing.
to your thing. Oh,
Can
I mean,
I
fine,
just
go
say
ahead and talk.
something about the Huntington's thing, please?
Sure. Yeah.
Because we don't actually know specific mechanisms of those diseases. If we did, then we would be curing
We
them.
might not know pathology, but we do know that the proteins itself will become misfolded under certain circumstances. So we do know mechanisms of how proteins become misfolded in general.
Not physiologically.
No, you're talking about the pathology of Huntington's. The pathology is not understood, otherwise we wouldn't be able to treat it. That is true. But as far as how proteins become misfolded, we do understand mechanisms of how proteins become misfolded.
You do not necessarily have to. Like, knowing the pathology of something doesn't mean that you're going to be able to cure it.
All right, are we talking about semantics here, or are we just talking about the pathology of
it is not
'cause now I think
semantics.
we're getting a little bit off topic.
Again,
So again, like,
Huntington's is caused by repeat sequences of what was it? Was it CAG? I think so. That would cause the insertion of more amino acids, causing a larger protein to be created, and the side chain interactions between the proteins and the amino acids are going to cause the misfold.
okay. So the big problem, I guess, that I have in general with abiogenesis is kind of the chicken and egg loop, which is the central dogma of biology is protein, RNA, DNA, RNA, DNA, protein. So you need proteins to have this system work in the first place. And the studies we have, which I agree with the ones that you cited, are very interesting. But I have not seen one that is able to kind of bridge this gap of this whole system coming together in unison and functioning to create functioning cells that are able to evolve, able to replicate over time. And I completely agree that there is it takes millions of years. Well, it takes time. It takes thousands of years. But in my opinion, that is therefore that's kind of a science of the gaps argument for now.
Well,
I've had this discussion with plenty of other individuals, and it's kind of, well, we need science to catch up with it. And I mean, Richard Dawkins has said that. He said, well, why are you saying that science is not going to be able to figure that out? And it might, but so far it hasn't. And I think that that to me, in my opinion, that's a kind of a gap.
I think you're just missing out on like what I actually said. So if we're synthesizing RNA strand, no, wait, can I speak? Wait, can I speak? So if you're synthesizing RNA strands that are folding in on themselves and turning into ribosomes, you already have a key component of what makes proteins. And you don't necessarily need, as long as you have an RNA molecule, you have a ribosome, and you have some sort of tRNA molecule that is also just folded up RNA attached to an amino acid.
That if you don't need it, like you said, then why hasn't it been able to be demonstrated yet?
Viruses. They hijack.
Viruses are not protocells. No one has ever said that.
They still hijack. They still hijack other creatures, and they still exist. So clearly, can you let me finish a full sentence, please? So clearly, viruses, they don't have all of the necessary materials for life, but they still persist in our environment.
Would you say
so?
Viruses are alive?
How would you explain that?
Would you say
I say that by
alive?
certain definitions, they could be considered alive. In fact, a few of my professors have said that.
Virologists would love to believe that their work is alive.
No, actually, they wouldn't.
I mean, based on the definition of alive, they're alive. Like, what do you think the word alive means?
Well, why don't we look it up, and why don't we look
The definition of life in biochemistry and genetics and in general biology is very squishy. You leave out one statement from that definition and you can include viruses. Just one statement.
Then I would say that that's a problem for abiogenesis, because if things.
No, I think that's a problem for your definition. The fact you can leave out one part of your definition and you can include another organism that's basically like half alive. Not to mention, like, there are some viruses that are larger that have more functionality, like Medusa viruses.
If I could ask, I think I might be able to I think there might be an instructive question, namely, surely you've heard the news about that NASA released that they may have found evidence of life on Mars, like very compelling evidence.
Yeah.
Have you heard?
Look that up.
Yeah, I heard about that.
What they found was that
Yeah, tell the PhD physicist that he needed to look it up.
There could have been the conditions at one point to support life. That's what they found.
No, that's not the finding. The finding here is very distinct from just finding conditions. It's finding what looks like the aftermath of life, right? Like what happened, what the byproducts of life. Now, of course, it's not definitive evidence, and more studying needs to be done, and we need to bring samples back and so on. But suppose that they did find life, would that provide more compelling evidence to you that abiogenesis is possible?
If they found actual life on Mars?
If they found evidence that life existed on Mars at one point.
I think what that would prove is that there was life on Mars. I don't think that would prove that abiogenesis is possible.
You think God put it there?
Yeah,
Justin, that's not the question here. The question is
what is?
No, it's the thing is, Ben,
because your alternative is the Sky Fairy did it.
Yeah, because Blitz and Scientific have both given like substantial evidence in favor of like a naturalistic mechanism for how life got here. Now you're suggesting that there's something outside of nature which is responsible for the origin of life, some supernature. But do we have any evidence for this supernature for it to even be considered a plausible variable?
Well, since we don't have any evidence for abiogenesis, we do have evidence.
What do you mean, no evidence? You're saying
we
science of the
proof.
gaps? You're saying you're literally using the God of the gaps argument right now.
Hey, I corrected myself. Okay, I did not. I recognize that there is evidence, but I would say that there is no proof of it.
There's not even
science doesn't offer it on proof.
There's not a single piece of evidence that points towards a sky god. Not one.
No, there is. There's tons of evidence. I mean,
None.
Such as?
Yes, there is. There's
Name it.
definitely evidence. Now, if you don't want
What's
that
the evidence?
if you don't agree with the evidence,
What's the evidence?
Well, the evidence is life. The evidence is all of us.
That's an assumption.
Well,
Yeah, just assert your conclusion as the evidence. Why didn't I think of that?
Isn't that what abiogenesis is? Just
No.
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 It is.
Okay,
Not
so
even
when I
close.
asked you, so when I asked you, Ben, when I asked you why there's bacterial ribosomes in our eukaryotic cells and bacterial DNA and viral DNA and remnants of bacteria and viruses and literal cell membranes in our cells that are eukaryotic, that are not bacteria, that are not viruses, when I said that, what did you think I was talking about?
So there's this idea within, I don't know how fringe it is within Christianity, but I don't even know if it has a name, but it's very possible that
I have a feeling you're about to become a heretic, but go ahead.
no, I definitely am a heretic. I mean, I told you last time we talked that I got kicked out of Bible study before for questioning hell doctrine, because honestly I think hell doctrine is the one of the worst aspects of Christianity, and if they would get rid of it, they'd probably be able to convert a lot more people.
Oh, then Christianity is senseless. Jesus died for nothing.
No, he died to show the power and the truth of his argument. I mean,
That's not power and truth. That's sadistic. That's disgusting. It's a demonstration that somebody's got a bloodthirst and needs to go sit in the corner for about 4 billion years.
Yeah.
I mean, if there's no hell and we all go to heaven, then wouldn't we all just eventually see the truth of his power? Like, what would be like the cross is completely unnecessary.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Yeah. I mean, I don't pretend to have answers for everything. I do think that there is evidence of it.
But you haven't named anything.
Do you mind if I ask my question?
Your evidence was personal incredulity so far.
So I said life is evidence.
It's not.
I would maintain that
life is evidence of life.
How is it not evidence?
Ben, do you mind if I ask you, like, why would God make humans with pseudogenes?
I love pseudogenes.
Like, for example, why would God put within us the gene responsible for coding for the enzyme that creates vitamin C, but make it unable to be transcribed?
I love that.
We live in a naturalistic world. I fully agree that we live in a naturalistic world.
Wait, do you believe in evolution?
Did you understand my question?
Do you believe in evolution, Ben?
Yeah, I believe in
microevolution. So you no. I asked, do you believe in evolution?
Whoa. No.
None of this dumb microevolution. Do you believe in evolution?
Yes, observable evolution is definitely true.
Try this again. Do you believe that we evolved from lesser complicated life forms?
Have we ever observed a change of kind over millions of years?
Yes.
No,
well, kind doesn't
Yes.
have kind.
That's an absolute lie.
Define a kind. That's a meaningless word in the scientific community. That's a biblical word, and that biblical word doesn't have a
meaningless
definition.
word in the scientific community. That means that other people have used that term before.
What does kind refer to?
You guys use these like very ad hominem attack arguments.
Wait,
constantly.
That's not ad hom.
It is. I mean, for one thing, it's 5 against 1. So I mean,
An
I
ad
get that
hom would
that
be
it's just for the show, but
an ad hominem would be if we were to speak negatively about you without addressing your points, but we have all addressed your points now. Could you tell us, please, what is a kind?
A change in kind, meaning from one species to another.
So a kind is a species?
Could you define what a species is? Because biologists are unable to define objectively what a species is. So
he's stumbling over his own words to figure out what a kind is.
No, it's a term. It's a real term.
Well, what is it?
It's not.
What is a kind?
A change in kind is from one species to another.
Okay, so
what is a species?
We do observe speciation in the real world.
Sure, but what is his definition of
we
species?
do with bacteria, we can, but we don't.
No, with birds too. All kinds of animals.
And rabbits. And rabbits.
Birds,
Yeah, it's still a bird. It still has the same body plan.
No, they're different species.
A bird is not a species.
There are multiple species of birds. Yes, but they're still birds.
Sure. That if it changes from one species of bird to another species of bird, that is a change in
Still a
species.
bird. No, it's still a bird.
A bird is not a thing.
What's a bird?
Yeah, it's still a bird.
What's a bird?
What a bird is a bird.
What is it? What is a bird?
Bird is the word.
It has wings. It has a beak. It has
Could you?
legs.
I think.
Do birds have to have
I think it would be
beaks?
better if he defined what species is. He said that change in kind is a change in species. So what is species?
Species, they're able to reproduce with each other. They have, they're compatible. I mean, I think the definition of a species is basically that they're able to reproduce and produce viable offspring. I think that's the definition of a species.
That is one definition of species.
So yeah,
and it doesn't suit everything.
We define species. When I say kind, I'm saying the transformation of an organism from a single cell into a functional multi-cell organism.
That's happened.
That gap.
That's a gradual process.
That has actually happened. So according to
we haven't observed that.
Yes, we have.
Yes, we have.
That's a lie. We have.
We have multiple times.
Wait, can I cite the study?
In fact, I can put it up on the stop lying on the screen. On the chat. I'll just put it on the screen. Single cells evolve into large multicellular forms in just 2 years.
There's also a de novo evolution of macroscopic multicellularity.
There's lots of studies on this.
Study. And also, just so you know, there was a recent discovery of a bacterium that engulfed another bacterium and became a new organism. So there's a very immediate piece of evidence of evolution there.
No, but I never said that I didn't agree with evolution. I think evolution is completely.
Are kiwis birds?
True. There's much of evolution that requires millions of years.
Yeah. Are kiwis birds?
Wait, if you believe that evolution can occur over millions of years, doesn't that mean you believe in macroevolution? And you actually just believe in evolution?
No.
Are you a young earther?
Macroevolution has never been observed. We have loose fossil records.
Then why did you just say? Then why did you just say that evolution can be observed over millions of years?
He said
everyone here heard that.
No, I'm saying that's the justification for the gap between micro to macro evolution is sort of the millions of years gap argument.
But it didn't take millions of years for that organism to engulf another one and gain a new function.
That's not what I'm talking about. What did that organism? What was that organism? What the different organism? It was still basically a microorganism.
No, it couldn't fix nitrogen.
Yeah, a microorganism isn't a thing. I mean, it's not a classification of.
Is not a thing.
It's not a classification.
A microorganism is not a thing.
It's not a classification of like living. Like when we say.
That's not a life classification.
Microorganisms are definitely a classification.
Well, we'll try this again. If you stop talking long enough, Ben, you can hear me actually explain it to you. Microorganism is not a classification of living entity like we would say a bird or
right. It's not a species.
Cat. Right. It's referring to any organism. Ben, why are you talking over me? Ben, do you want to get muted, Ben? Okay, so microorganism refers to any organism that is on the microscopic scale. It's not referring to the kind of organism.
Exactly. And just so you know, in April of 2024, scientists reported the first ever example of a nitrogen-fixing organelle dubbed the nitroplast, which is found in a marine algae called I'm not going to pronounce that correctly, bigelowi. Now, this was the first time they discovered this nitroplast, which means that this organism, prior to that point, did not have nitroplasts.
What does that prove? How does that prove that abiogenesis?
That organism became a new organism. That is evidence of what happened to our cells millions of years ago, which is the reason why we have alpha proteobacterium in our mitochondria. It's the reason why we have bacterial ribosomes in our mitochondria. You still cannot explain that.
with your little weird "we were created" hypothesis. Why do we have bacterial ribosomes in our cells if we're not bacteria?
Because it's created with all the same cellular material, all the same
Okay,
material.
then why do we have
Hello.
two different sized ribosomes? Why do we have ribosomes that exist outside of the mitochondria that are larger than the ribosomes that exist within the mitochondria? Why do we have two completely different sets of DNA?
You're describing observation. You're describing like differences.
But it's
in
not just
observation.
observation, because we can map this DNA onto alpha proteobacteria that already exist in our world today.
But these are just observations that you're.
But it's
saying.
not observation.
It's
It's not just observations.
These are.
You're
These
mapping
are.
genetics.
You're just saying things.
No, you're not listening. We've actually mapped, like, we know the human genome. We've mapped the human genome.
Yeah.
We can actually
how does
trace
that prove that
we can
there's not a
actually
God,
trace
just because we've
the
mapped the
transposition of the DNA. We know that we came from earlier, simpler life forms. Like the idea that we evolved from a common ancestor with the great apes, that's not even in dispute anymore. There's no God hypothesis that can solve for the amount of junk DNA, or as Ems brought up, the pseudogenes that we got from the great apes, or we share with the great apes, or the endogenous retroviruses that we share with the great apes. None of this data, Ben, fits the God hypothesis. All of it fits the evolution hypothesis. The fact that we could have like 200 endogenous retroviruses that only exist between humans and the great ape family cannot be accounted for by anything other than shared blood.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that that's not true. That's
So
not
do you believe we evolved from a common ancestor with the great apes?
Does that explain how life started
Do
in
you?
the first place?
I don't know why you keep running away to abiogenesis. We're talking about evolution right now. Do you believe that we evolved from a common ancestor with the great apes?
Sure. If
Okay.
the evidence supposes
So
it,
if you
yeah.
believe that, then why can't you also take those same observations that you are talking down upon and apply them to mitochondrial evolution, which is the other part of abiogenesis, which is when we were all microorganisms, pretty much.
Yeah. So you mean the part that requires faith?
No,
it doesn't require faith, because we literally have alpha proteobacterium DNA inside of mitochondria that are not a part of our nucleus, that have literally no interaction with our nucleus. And we also have bacterial ribosomes that have the same structure and the same size as bacterial ribosomes in our mitochondria, which are different from the ribosomes that exist outside of our mitochondria. It's almost as if our mitochondria and the ribosomes in our mitochondria are encoded by mitochondrial DNA and not nuclear DNA, which is completely different.
Are you done?
Ben, here's the problem with the topic that we're talking about, right? We have a bunch of evidence. I think the DNA evidence is my favorite evidence of all time. We have a bunch of DNA evidence, mountains and mountains of DNA evidence, and all of the evidence fits the hypothesis that we have been evolving for like 4 billion years by copying DNA from one living organism to the other. And we can trace those back and see when we have divergences in the DNA path, because it's not like we just mapped the human genome. Like, we're doing all kinds of analysis on DNA from all kinds of organisms, even organisms that lived in the past that are now dead. So like we have pretty good data on like how it was copied, where it was copied from. And it's weird that it matches geology, it matches all the other sciences. And like every time we learn more about the history of our DNA, it just seems to agree with the evolutionary hypothesis. I have yet to see anything that would agree with the God hypothesis yet. Can you give me one fact about the human body where I could look at it and be like, oh, that only makes sense if a God did it?
Well, no, I mean, I think the fact that we live in a natural world that needs a brain to be able to make sense of the world, or a brain can make sense of the world, or you can apply logic to the world. Like you last time we talked, you mentioned that it's not true that science came from religion, that science came from Christianity. I mean, I read a lot of people that say that
So-
it did.
Well,
that it
that would be
birth
false.
from
I
religion.
mean, science came from the Greeks ultimately, and is also practiced by Islam. Like the Golden Age of Islam had a lot of science, a lot algebra. A lot of the constellations have Arabic names. So are we like? Is this now in favor of the Greek gods and also of the Islamic god?
So the father of the scientific method, I think his name was Francis Bacon.
Francis Bacon. So
Oh
what?
no.
So we already did this,
Well-
Ben. Last time you called in, I told you exactly why this talking point is silly. If
How
there's
is
a
it- how is that silly though? I don't
pay
understand why
attention.
that's
You didn't hear it the first time, so I'll say it slow the second time.
Okay.
If a person of a religion discovers some kind of formulation or a method, that doesn't mean that the religion is credited for it. For the same reason why you don't credit the cult of Pythagoras with the Pythagoras theorem. You don't believe in the religious mumbo jumbo of the Pythagorean cult, but certainly they did. Pythagoras actually believed that some of his mathematics was given to him by his actual like deistic concept.
Speak for yourself.
Well,
Numbers are
I
magic.
think that's kind of an opinion.
Sorry, Blitz.
though.
Sorry, Blitz.
I think that's kind of opinion. Like when people say Francis Bacon is usually called the father of the scientific method.
It's like
and
you
the
didn't
fact
even listen
that-
to what I said.
No, I did. I listened to your opinion on it, and
But then you had completely ignored what I said. I think this is why I ended the conversation last time we were talking, is because you didn't actually respond to the words coming out of my mouth. You just kept on trying to insist on your script, and you didn't actually. So this is why conversations with people like you are boring, right? Because rather than addressing what we say, you just you let it bounce right off of you, and you keep going talking about something that we're not talking about.
that's what you guys
So
are doing. You guys
you're
bounce all
not
over the place.
actually responding to the words that just left my mouth. Do you even know what my argument was?
What?
What was my argument? Why did I bring up Pythagoras?
You were basically saying that you can't credit the Pythagorean theorem based off of this weird cult of Pythagor or the weird cult. So,
Right, and why is that? Why would I say that?
well, because I mean that would just be like a generalization.
Because there's no connection. Just because a person who believes in a religious concept doesn't mean that the religious concept gets credit for a thing that person came up with. That's silly. Just like you can't credit Francis Bacon and his religion. You can't credit his religion for the concepts that he came up with. It's also just not true that Francis Bacon was the first one to discover science. Maybe he's the first European to formalize it. But the people, like the Greeks and even the Chinese, were doing science way before Francis Bacon was even a twinkling in his Catholic mother's eye.
Yeah,
Also-
Aristotle, Archimedes, and Hipparchus introduced systematic observation and classification into the world. So Francis Bacon has them to thank. So should we start worshiping Zeus?
And also, should we start worshiping agnosticism because the person who discovered DNA, Rosalind Franklin, was agnostic?
Fuck yeah. All right,
I
Ben,
love-
listen. I appreciate you coming up again, and I appreciate you bringing like your best like Kent Ham arguments. But the reality is, you have to understand from our perspective, they're kind of silly and childish. But I mean, you gave it your best. Come back again sometime, and we'll give it another shot.
All right, man.
Cheers.
You know, Justin, I read on the internet, so it must be true. Francis Bacon had a deathbed confession and confessed Doug. So I
Hail
mean,
Doug! He was a naturalist after all. Well, listen, friends, listen. I'm going to do a quick update on our fundraiser and drink my last shot of ghost pepper hot sauce, and pray that I don't throw it up. We are at $5,697 raised for this fundraiser, friends. I'm going to put it. I'm so proud of everyone who donated to the fundraiser. It's not over yet. We still got more time left to stream tonight. Our friend Chaos really needs your help. He's disabled. He's been denied for disability. His partner lost their job. They've got 5 kids. This has been a kind of a dire situation since the beginning of July. and the community has kind of been pitching in here and there to keep things afloat, but we really need everyone's help. There's thousands of people that watch these live streams. If all you can ever do is just go to the link in the description and give $5 to the GoFundMe, it would mean the world to me, and it would mean the world to Chaos and family. And I promised that I would, if we broke $4,936, I would chug the last of my ghost pepper hot sauce as an additional motivation. And this is the last of it, friends. I've now, after this, will have down an entire bottle of ghost pepper hot sauce, and pray to Doug for my intestines.
Whoa. Could you send us an update tomorrow if you're alive?
How are you alive?
I am not looking forward to reading that obituary.
God, the ghost pepper's hot. I should have got ice cream. Jeez, a peach. I don't know why I didn't get Ben and Jerry's for this. I'm stupid. Okay. I'm gonna try to read 5 super chats to get our next guest in here. Josh, thank you so much for the super chat. My friend says, "May the Lord of Hosts accept your habanero burnt offering as an hola." I appreciate that. The whole burnt offering. I really appreciate that, friend. And Elteen. God damn, I can't talk. Elteen said, "Mary Smasher unalive. DZ Food Edition. Baby paste, word salad, bottle of hot sauce. Love you, buddy. Also, FYI, yes, huge Jew Grace is huge Grace. I have no friends. Don't worry, we love you, Elteen." Oh my God. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm obviously unalive word salad. Don't want word salad at all. Marrying baby paste, smashing bottle of hot sauce. That's the order of operations there. I got 3 more. We'll get our next guest in. Martin, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Martin says, "Tell Catholics to look at the sun. Don't be surprised if they see the sun dancing in the sky. This is well-documented reaction to staring at the sun. Fatima is no miracle." Yeah, listen, friends, if you stare at the sun long enough, that shit's going to start moving around. Okay, we can guarantee that one.
I still don't know why that Philbro was referencing Fatima when he wasn't Catholic or Christian.
Dude was lost. It was lost. Simple programmer, thank you for the $20 super chat. Big W. It says, "Making a too late donation towards dropping the Philbro's call." He's gone, don't worry. Oh, my Doug. Stay rock hard for Doug. Oh God, I got to burp. I'm in my 60s and so semi-hard for Doug without the help of Big Pharma. That's what I'm talking about, the power of Doug. You don't need any of that Viagra. And last one from our friend Canbest. Great to see you, Canbest. Thank you for the super chats. For the $69.99, Big W says, "Hey, let's follow this old book, but ignore these other old did I read this right? Hey, let's follow this old book, but ignore these other old books." Because I think what you're saying, like, the reality is, like, if we're just going to follow like an old dusty Bible, just because it's an old book that says things we like, we can have a contest of which one of these old dusty books seems the most sensible. But the reality is, I don't think Ben wants to talk about the Bible. Last time he was up, I don't think we got to do any Bible talking. And I can almost guarantee he's not going to want to do any Bible talking. All right, we're going to get 25087. They've been waiting the longest into the chat. How you doing, 25087.7 and some change?
Hey, my name's Liz. Can you hear me?
Yeah, how you doing, Liz?
Good, how are you?
I'm doing good. Can't complain. Liz, are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
I am 18. I believe in God, but not like the Bible God. But I have a question.
Okay.
It's just about, I don't know why, like, no atheists bring up Genesis 1:29, where it says God gives you every or bearing tree and every fruit of every tree. And then in Genesis 2, it directly contradicts that.
What do you mean?
Read Genesis 1:29. I can't bring it up or I'll teacup.
I think what she's saying is that God says, "I'm giving you every tree," but in the
Every
next chapter, there's one tree you can't eat.
Oh, you mean the
Right.
exception?
Right.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
I'm trying to understand why Genesis 1 contradicts Genesis 2. Not just in that, but like in the days that everything unfolds. It's clearly two different stories.
Oh no, we agree. Yeah, there's
Oh,
a
okay.
number of contradictions between Genesis 1 account and Genesis 2 account. I don't think anyone
I will
is.
say I'm quickly leaving. I want to go hang out with my boyfriend. Bye bye.
I totally get it. Thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate you coming and bringing the science. A big, big W. Friends, make sure you're following Scientific Snacks. Her channel's awesome.
Thank you.
Absolutely. We totally got a free education tonight.
I know,
Yeah, that was
right?
great. Yeah, so I just don't know why atheists don't bring it up more. I watch a lot of atheist debates. I'm not actually atheist, like I do believe in God, but I don't believe in Yahweh. But like that seems like a glaring contradiction, and it's in like the first 5 pages of the Bible.
Yeah, there's a bunch of problems in the first 2 chapters for sure.
Yeah.
The whole book could
like,
probably be written
like all
just
of
on
them.
those
I
first
mean,
two
the whole book is a
chapters.
problem. Yeah, you're right. No, I was just curious about that because I feel like that's a good talking point, and I never really hear it.
Well, because
if you're
I
looking
think
for
there
a
are.
really good book to read on, oh, just real quick, Liz, if you want a really good book to read on this very topic, Joel Baden has a fantastic book called it's about the composition of the Pentateuch, and basically
Oh.
how the 5 books of Moses that we have today were originally 4 complete different sources that were basically stitched together to make one single story.
What is it called?
The Composition of the Pentateuch.
Okay,
By
cool. Yeah,
Joel
I'm definitely
Baden.
gonna look into that because that really bothers me. Like I never really believed in God, but I started to read the Bible because everybody got super Christian and weird all of a sudden. So I was like, what are they on about? And then I read it and I was like, what are they on about?
That's crazy.
You know?
The Bible
It
makes it
got
worse.
worse. Yeah, it got way worse. Like
Yeah.
way worse. I've only made it to Kings and I'm like, this is not good. The whole
No, it's
thing's
batshit
bad.
crazy. The whole book.
Yeah, I mean, just in the first 5 pages, it's like the days don't make sense. None of it actually makes sense. So
Yeah, we
either
agree.
like the people have a reading comprehension of like a second grader, and sometimes it feels like second graders wrote it.
Well, I
Like,
mean, I mean, how much you know about Bronze Age men? They're not that far off from second graders.
yeah, I guess that makes more sense.
Yeah,
Because I was reading it.
actually,
with
in fact,
my
I'd
dad.
say most second graders are better educated than most
I
Bronze
think
Age
so.
people.
But I was shocked. Like, I thought it would be hard to comprehend because people don't seem to understand it, right? I was like, maybe it's just hard. And then I read it, and it was like, I don't remember this chapter. It was in Samuel 2, but he's like, the guy is going to go to his bedroom and then go to bed. I'm like, why do they have to specify that he's going to his bedroom?
Right.
You know,
Just
like
bad
they specify
writing.
really weird stuff. It's terrible. It's so bad.
Yeah.
But anyway, that was my question. I agree with y'all.
2508. Thanks for popping up. Good to hear from you.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Cheers.
Got a lot of friendly voices tonight.
Yeah, a lot actually. I'm surprised not a lot of opposition. Kernel of Truth. I love this name, by the way. With this, I see what you did there with the words. Thank you for the $20 super chat. It says rock hard for chaos. DZ is the only place where little faith overwhelms huge grace. Yeah, well, we got faith in each other. We got faith in the community, that's for sure. And it is overwhelming. Thanks, you, Colonel. I appreciate the super chat. MBAM, how you doing?
Hi, how are you guys doing?
Great. How are you?
I'm good. So I just read the prompt again, and I was just wondering, like, are you guys atheists? Or are you guys, like, of a certain denomination of atheists? Or sorry, I was running and then I got on by accident.
Yeah, I'm a charismatic atheist, Pentecostal type. I believe that like the atheist must manifest once the holy atheismo is inside of you.
And I'm Orthodox atheist, and I think Justin's a huge heretic.
I think it's really nice that you guys have your own way of seeing our existence and what we're experiencing here. I am a Jehovah's Witness, but I didn't really know what to say about the topic. I'm so sorry. I got on by accident. So
Okay, well, if you didn't mean to be here, I won't press you. I won't give you a hard time.
no,
If
I'm
you,
just so sorry that I'm on here. I apologize.
no worries. We'll take care of it. Don't worry. Thanks for coming by. I
Bye.
would have.
Hey Justin, I had people in the comment section asking if the super chat donations are going towards the chaos donation.
If you super chatted me and said this, I want this to be your donation, I'm glad to donate it to the fund. I wasn't doing that tonight because YouTube takes so much of it. I didn't want people. Last time we did a fundraiser, YouTube took like 35% of the super chats. You know what I mean? My stomach's not feeling good.
You think? What were you thinking? What did you think would happen?
This. Oh fuck.
You can't feel bad for him.
Josiah says, "Get the man some Tums."
All right, listen, guys. I gotta go throw up. I gotta end live. I'm